Good morning, and welcome to the 6th Annual Environmental Justice Conference hosted by the West Jefferson County Community Task Force and the NAACP. We're going to start off with welcomes from the NAACP State Chair, Marcus Ray, and the West Jefferson County Community Task Force Chair, Jamar Wheeler, Dr. Wheeler.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Kentucky State Conference and all of our branches, welcome to the 6th Annual Environmental Justice Conference. I know Anita always puts on a great conference, so I'm looking forward to what information I'll be learning this weekend. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the 6th Annual Environmental Justice Conference. So happy you could be with us. When I think about environmental justice, I think about what steps can we take today and tomorrow to ensure that all of us can enjoy clean water, clean air, and clean soil, all of us. So I'm grateful for this learning opportunity. I'm all grateful for all the panelists, and I'm grateful for all those that are assisting us today. So welcome.
Thank you. And with that welcome, I'm going to turn it over to Tom Fitzgerald. And just because my introduction just went somewhere and I don't know where it is, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself and get started, and then I will find the rest of it. Thank you.
Certainly. Good morning. Tom Fitzgerald, I am honored to be here, and I am the former director of the Kentucky Resources Council. I am now out to pasture, as it were, but I appreciate this opportunity. Today, those of you who are participating and those of you who will see the taped version in the future will have the opportunity to hear from some wonderful speakers about the intersection of climate and environmental justice. And I just wanted to help set the table a little bit for the conversation. Arnita gave me 20 minutes, knowing full well that having been vaccinated with a phonograph needle, it's hard for me to say my name in 20 minutes, let alone to say anything of any substance. So, you know, the climate change is occurring inexorably, rapidly, and dangerously. And the impact of climate change on human health and on existing inequities is profound in terms of air pollution, increasing allergens, extreme heat, severe weather, environmental degradation, degraded living conditions, and social inequities, changes in vector ecology, water, food, water quality impacts. In all of these ways, the dramatic, the unpredictable change in climate is worsening and widening the environmental inequities and injustices that have been baked into our culture and our economy and our society. But I wanted to talk to you very briefly just about a different type of climate change, because the climate change has 42 years as an advocate in Kentucky on environmental issues, representing those who live downhill and downwind and downstream, is a recognition that we all live downhill and downwind and downstream when it comes to climate change issues. And the climate that we need to work on changing is the climate in our politics, our economics, and our culture that would sacrifice our future and sacrifice the quality of life of current and future generations in some areas, in some communities, for the sake of one more cheap kilowatt, one more cheap gallon of gas, one more cheap gadget, one more cheap factory farmed meal. It's of necessity a challenge to change the culture of just us to one of justice in all of its forms: racial, economic, gender, generational, and more. You'll hear today from Larry Taylor, who is a wonderful resource, who works on the state level, trying to implement environmental justice in all of the different regulatory programs that the cabinet, the environment and energy cabinet has under its umbrella. And you'll hear from representatives of the federal government in terms of the resources that are available to help support environmental justice in communities. What I wanted to talk to you just very briefly about and get you thinking about are local initiatives and local opportunities to infuse justice into the way that governance occurs in Louisville and in other communities. For so many of our day-to-day decisions that profoundly affect the lives of individuals happen not at the federal level and not at the state level, but happen at the local level. Federal environmental laws set a floor on environmental degradation. State laws, unfortunately, in states like Kentucky, have all too often incorporated that federal floor as our state ceiling. And we have ensconced in our laws the goal of doing the absolute minimum that is required by federal law to allow us to maintain these environmental programs at the state level. But local governments are not bound to accept the minimum as our standard. We have a wellspring of opportunities to go beyond the minimum to try to address disparate and cumulative adverse impacts, to try to reduce pollution burdens, and to make environmental justice and individual and community health our core principles in decision-making in matters of land use and transportation planning, infrastructure, and other planning. And I wanted to just highlight for a second some of the tools that are available and get you thinking about it. Zoning and planning is a significant and powerful area. In 2020, the Metro Council adopted Resolution 2020-082, which called on the Planning Commission to review our land development code, which are the regulations that govern land use decisions, to try to develop recommendations for more equitable and inclusive development. If you are a citizen in Metro Louisville, you need to be plugged into that process and you need to be heard, not only on the substantive policies that have isolated certain communities and have burdened those communities with what other people would call locally undesirable land uses, that have the concentration, as Houston did back in the late 70s. And Houston was, as was North Carolina, a hotbed for the beginning of the modern environmental justice movement, where all of the landfills, private and public landfills, were burdening the Black communities within Houston. And that was not a matter of happenstance. That is a matter of structural policies that create and enhance and allow those sorts of inequities to occur. Zoning and planning tools, both procedural and substantive tools, are a powerful mechanism for trying to reverse decades of institutional policies and to infuse justice more broadly into local decision-making. Environmental reviews are another tool that can be used. I envision the idea of a cross-cutting policy, that a screen, if you will, that requires for every investment decision, for every development decision, for every governmental decision that affects the quality of life of individuals, that there be an environmental justice screen, an environmental justice review, that the master plan of the city incorporates environmental justice goals, that you strengthen existing codes, and that you amend development practices so that the impact of decision-making on equity and on justice is a front and center rather than being an afterthought, another box that gets checked while you go about doing the things that you've always done that have gotten us where we are. Proactive planning is another issue where environmental justice and equity considerations should be front and center. Another is strengthening public health codes. Long before, and Sarah Lynn can tell you that because she's done a lot of work studying it, long before there was an air pollution control district, we had a smoke board that was dealing with the impacts of industrial development on quality of life. And we are, out of 120 counties, the only county in Kentucky that has a local air pollution district. And we're privileged to have Rachel with us today, Rachel Hamilton, who is the current director of that air pollution control district. Strengthening public health codes, nuisance codes, and other public health codes is another strategy that can be used to begin to address at the local level some of the impacts of environmental inequities. And finally, strengthening our air pollution ordinances. You know, one of the frustrations that some of the permit reviewers have at the Air Pollution Control District is when people show up for particular permitting decisions, what they want to talk about is reducing the overall pollution burden. But the permit reviewer is bound by certain limitations in what they can do. And while we have made great progress in Louisville in reducing the amount of air toxics that are being emitted from industrial sources and from smaller area sources over the years, the problem is that we have, the bar has been one of bringing us into the minimum level of attaining air quality that is not unhealthy and has been reducing to a certain part per million or a certain 1 in a million or 2 or 7 in a million, the risks that are being posed by the emissions of air toxics into our airshed. We need to take it to the next step. We need to do what Bob Bullard, Professor Bullard, suggested are the core principles of environmental justice. One of those being the reinstitution of the precautionary principle. You have a number of people from the health community who are going to be talking today about environmental health. One of the tragedies of our separation of environmental protection laws from environmental health laws is we lost the idea of the precautionary principle, and we shifted the burden so that rather than first do no harm and informed consent, we gave due process to the chemicals, and we eliminated the ability of the individual to make a decision whether they want that exposure. You know, we have a lot of chemicals being emitted into our airshed. There is no therapeutic level of breathing most of those chemicals. And we need to look at flipping the script, at going the next level and saying, if you are proposing to emit X amount of pollution into the airshed, we want to see you reduce the overall burden. We have what are called offsets for certain chemicals, for volatile organic chemicals, for CO, for some other things. Why not take it the next step where we ask by what right you are using the public's air for waste disposal, or the public's land, or the public's water? And we start to drive down the use of the commons as somebody's waste disposal strategy. So we've got a lot in front of us. Fortunately, we're not writing on a blank slate. There are 23 other communities as of 1979 that have tried to utilize one or another of these tools that are available. And one of the things that I'm going to give you, and Arnita is going to make sure that all of you have access to the handouts that are presented today. I'm going to send her, and she will make sure that you get our Environmental Justice 101, which is a basic primer on environmental justice, on the history, on the struggles in Warren County, North Carolina, and Houston back in the 80s, and the rise of the environmental justice, the modern environmental justice movement. But there's also a local toolkit that was created by the New School up in New York with the assistance of NRDC that is scanning 23 communities, Newark, Minneapolis, a number of other communities, Commerce, California, of all places, that have tried these various tools and provide some powerful opportunities for us to determine our future in terms of environmental justice. One of the places to start is this community, and all communities need to impanel a work group that is representative of frontline communities, supported by groups like the Environment Institute and the Brandeis Law School, the university generally, and other resources that are available in the private and public sector to define the problems and to look at what are the best strategies so that another generation doesn't live, so that another day doesn't dawn where these inequities are considered to be a respectable price of quote unquote doing business. So I wish you all the best today. It is a privilege to be here to help kick this off. Arnita, I'm sending it back to you. Happy to answer any questions. And I will be sending you those links momentarily for posting for today's participants. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you so very much. I think Tom has really challenged us. So it's time for us to stop complaining, time for us to get back to work. So for those, if you have questions, please put them in the chat. They will be answered in the chat. So with that, we're going to go and Tom, since I have 1 more minute, 2 more minutes left with you, I'm going to give your introduction now. And that is, I found it. So it's EJ 101 and how do we function at the local level, how to put environmental justice into local decision making and how does it work in our legal system. I think it's pretty good. Maybe it's better to put it at the end because it just really brings it all together. Thank you so much, Tom. And for those on here, let's say it again, please put your questions in the chat. The next person that, our next presenter is Brian Holzglaub he's an environmental engineer. And he's from Region 4, Atlanta, which includes Kentucky. And is there an environmental justice policy? How does it work? Lifting up vulnerable and disadvantaged communities, recent developments on national environmental justice related legislation, funding, technical assistance, and tools. Thank you very much, Brian, for being with us, and you're on.
Wow, it's a pleasure to be on here. I am so lifted up beyond lifting communities to see all the people on the screen today. Some of them I've really admired through many, many years, and it's just a pleasure to be here today. So today is my brief talk. I think we have a fairly seasoned audience, so I deleted a lot of extra slides so I could make your time limit. So that's me, my marvelous team. I've only got 4 staff dedicated to environmental justice currently, but in the last couple months, I've given the thumbs up to hire over 10. So this is a new age as far as the federal government embracing environmental justice with many pieces of legislation, policies, and funding opportunities. So I'm just going to touch on EJ in a really brief manner, talk about legislation and other policy matters. Funding and technical assistance, we've got a huge amount in the pipeline, as well as environmental justice and actually civil rights tools and guidance coming around the corner. So why does it matter? This is our administrator who's been in the saddle for, let's say, 18 months now, or more. He has really set the bar high. I've been in the agency for 34 years. I've never seen an administration that's embraced this subject area so much. And as you can read here, the priority is on environmental justice, whether the current staff knows it or not. Everybody responsibility is to integrate EJ into their job This is the first year we have made a black and white commitment on paper. What is our implementation plan for the next fiscal year, which incidentally began today? And we just had to submit this by close of business yesterday. So we have articulated what are we going to plan to do to integrate EJ into all the work that we do, whether it be community work, working with our external partners or communities, and the connection with civil rights. So what is justice? This is a very seasoned body of people on board. You know what it is. This infographic tells you that story, that once you remove the boxes and handicaps for the kids there, you basically have removed the systemic barrier. That's what we're heading toward. As many of you know, injustice has been embedded throughout the laws and policies of our government structures for years and years. It's had terrible legacies in the way of redlining, segregation, siting of facilities, access to loans, education, and now even voting rights. So it's been in about every federal agency that you can imagine, and it's not a surprise. We've seen injustice at EPA and our environmental methods to protect human health and the environment. We're making strides to overcome that. So as far as the recent developments on laws, policies, this info bubble, and your pictures are covering up a part of it, but our overall goal is to achieve more environmental justice for communities. Some of you may already know about these executive orders, which have cascaded into a slew of initiatives. You may know about Justice 40. We are striving to achieve that federal benefits of all the ongoing monies that go out from the federal government land in communities that are disadvantaged. Thanks to that, the new CGES tool, the orange bubble, has been created. If I had time, I'd do a quick demo. It's very intuitive itself. You've got the strategic plan, which required, as I indicated, the implementation plans that each of our 10 regions across the country, as well as our national program offices, the Office of Air, the Office of Land Emergency Management, the Office of Water, has had to write and commit in writing. And that's going to hold our feet to the fire through the end of the year, this first year. Are we really achieving what we promised to do for the American public? That's very exciting. It was an exhausting effort trying to get everyone at the table in Atlanta, but we did, and we're pretty proud of what we put together. I'm hoping these will be made public. We'll, in some way, shape, or form, we'll see. On the left side there, you have another executive order. We did an introspection on where we're not meeting the goals of equity within our carrying out our programs, such as grants and this and that. That's not as big a deal as the new update to 12898, which came about in 1994. Incidentally, I was serving on a detail at that time. It is going through probably a major revision to that executive order on EJ. There's other laws that you've seen come out recently, American Rescue Plan, a lot of funding, and I'll get into that in the next slide. But never before have we seen this slew of very encouraging legislation and policies. The ARP, if you didn't already know, many of our Clean Air Act regulatory agencies, state and local, including Louisville, has benefited from some direct awards to promote air monitoring. Additionally, it should be any minute where communities apply for air monitoring competitively, and that announcement should be coming out shortly. The next one, we call it the bill. If you've got problems with clean drinking water and remediation, there's a lot of hope on the horizon that money will go to increasing your quality of work on those two issues. And most recently is the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act. $3 billion will be to advance EJ, and that just floors a lot of us in a good way. There's several working groups on hand to design new grant programs on how we can lift up communities, our regulatory partners, and many other stakeholders in this fight for environmental justice. The new news on funding is this, but this is not static. With the IRA with $3 billion, these pots of money will most notably increase. So stay tuned. This was a snapshot 2 months ago before that came out. So keep in mind that there's small grants. If you're a community-based group wanting small grants, those are going to come out in the spring, summer timeframe, $100,000 each. The more complex grants, we call them EJ collaborative problem solving grants. You've probably got to have a little bit more under your belt to take on those. They're competitive as well, but they're $500,000. And the second one, although it says state, it stands for State Environmental Justice Cooperative Agreements. It is eligible local governments, federally recognized tribes. So keep in mind, those are going to be coming out in November. So if Louisville Metro wants to go after it, I greatly encourage that. The other big deals are coming out. We're in the midst of a competition for entities, large nonprofits, to run a new technical assistance center, which will support EPA, but also DOE and USDA. I think the funding is higher than 50 million now. That'll be providing free technical assistance, particularly EPA, EJ issues, grant writing, and so forth and so on. That is closing up shortly. Those will probably be online in next fall. Next spring, to which local, state, CBOs can have access. The next thing is the Fund the Funder. Running the grants program out of EPA has been great, but the small grants take a huge amount of resources. So we're exporting it to a third party. They're going to run that program. We're going to closely oversee it. So as far as the tools go, you have the standard EJ screen. It's been getting better and better through the years. It's been schooling ordinary federal agency, state, local agency bureaucrats on looking more precisely at a community and looking at their weaknesses and vulnerabilities, from broadband to certain kinds of health impacts. And there's a new revision coming out in the next month, and then there'll be another revision mainly to improve it and expand the capabilities around December. So that's a really good thing. And if you'd like to know, the CJES tool, as we affectionately call it, it is the first tool which rides in to help identify disadvantaged communities in the Federal Justice 40 initiative. Super easy to use. Don't be intimidated by that. By the way, we do have classes on EJ screen. So if your group, Anita, would like a class or an online class, we're happy to do that. And then right around the corner, there's going to be some more civil rights guidance. Actually, this came out in the last month and a half. civil rights and EJ with permitting FAQ. Although we haven't had any training on it, there is a big effort to train internal staff, and we'll love to do that with local and state government. And the cumulative impacts framework, we are getting on calls almost every other week on how that's developing. That's an exciting, that's a long overlooked area of what we're not doing right. And now it's finally coming to pass. We'll be looking at cumulative impacts, and also foundational non-discrimination requirements are right around the corner. So I wanted to kind of end it. So you have any questions? Here I am.
Okay, thank you so much, Brian. Thank
Well,
you
it's
so
been a
much.
pleasure. It's so nice to see all the faces of all the participants today. It gives me a lot of hope and pleasure that everyone is engaged on a Saturday to cover these really critical issues.
Yes, I think what we're seeing just in the first three presentations, we're seeing things moving, and there should be probably, I'm sure there will be many more questions. I have some questions, but I will not put them in the chat. But I think where we're going, we see that we're really all moving towards the same direction. So with that, I'm going to go to our next speaker, Larry. So I'm going to have to ask you to introduce yourself, and please, it's yours.
All right, thank you, Arnita. My name is Larry Taylor, and I am in the Secretary's Office for the Energy and Environment Cabinet here in Kentucky. And I've been with the agency for close to 29 years, which this blows my mind that I've been here doing this for this long. And I'm glad that I could be here today and to share you some perspectives that we have when it comes to implementing environmental justice in our state programs, and how we pass that down into our local governments and the agencies and organizations that we work with. So our overview for today, some of the things we're going to talk about. We're going to look at the executive orders on environmental justice, and Brian went through all those in great detail, and I'll try to hit on those a little bit more, but probably will try not to restate what he's already said, and then talk about the impacts that those executive orders and all of the federal actions have on states and local government, and then talk about some of those federal program requirements and the challenges and questions that that remain in our mind as we try to move forward with implementing environmental justice in our state. So this is a high-level overview of some of the things that Brian talked about. You know, when beginning of 2021, there was a relaunch of the public engagement calls by the National Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. There were 3 new executive orders that related to climate and equity. The White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council was created. The White House Environmental Justice Interagency Council was elevated from to be within the kind of elevated in its role. The Council on Environmental Quality also took a more central role. Justice 40, when that was announced last year, that had 21 or 7 different, there was 21 different programs that were part of the pilot. 7 of those fell within EPA. And then there's been some suggestions that they may revise that 1994 executive order that President Clinton signed that started us all down this path of considering environmental justice in our actions. So the Justice 40 initiative, as I said, there were 21 pilot programs. 7 of those fall within EPA's purview. So we have non-point source 319 grants, and looking at how the funding goes to those agencies. Justice 40 being that 40% of benefits of federal funding will go to disadvantaged communities. And then drinking water SRF, clean water SRF, the Brownfields program, the Superfund remedial program, the Diesel Emission Reduction Acts program, and reducing lead in drinking water. And then on top of that, then the infrastructure bill was passed last November 15th. It's often called the bill or the bipartisan infrastructure law. And then just recently, the Inflation Reduction Act was also passed. And all of these different programs and actions that EPA has been taking and the federal government has been taking have some part of it is involved with disadvantaged communities or justice. And so with the Inflation Reduction Act and the Inflation Reduction Act bill, the infrastructure bill, the list of affected programs is close to now 72 different programs that have some sort of justice component to it. So switching a little bit, Brian also stated that there are some tools that are available. So we're going to look at the two primary tools, maybe in a little more detail. And the reason why I want to bring that up is to show that there are some differences between these two tools. The EJ screen we've been using for many years now, several years since it first came out. And they continue to make improvements and refine it and add more data into it. And it's a very good tool. The Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool came out from the Council for Environmental Quality. And this is notable because Climate and Economic Justice Tool during Justice 40, we go back here, during the Justice 40 initiative, it directed the Council for Environmental Quality to develop a tool for identifying disadvantaged communities. So that's what that tool is. It came out. And there are some significant differences and challenges when it comes to this tool. So we're going to talk about that in particular. And then there's more tools coming. Not very long ago, Health and Human Services, CDC, they released a tool called Environmental Justice Index. And some states are also developing tools. So with all these tools coming out, we want to talk about the challenges and impacts that has on decision making from a state perspective. And that's obviously my desire is to look at this from my perspective and see how we're going to use these. So first is EJ Screen 2.0. I just found out as well as you did that they're revising this, so maybe we'll have a 2.1 or 3.0 coming up in the next few months, and I'm looking forward to seeing what that has in it. It is developed by EPA, and that's very important to note. It's developed by EPA to evaluate the combined environmental and demographic indicators. So there are 12 environmental indicators, PM 2.5, ozone, diesel PM, you can read all those there. And then there are 7 demographic indicators. So those are people of color, income, unemployment rates, linguistic isolation, education, under age 5 or over age 64. So then what they do is they have an EJ index. An EJ index combines a demographic index, which is when you put in the people of color, the income, unemployment rates, and all those things, they can develop an index of a score for that. And it can identify percentiles. So it can say the top 5 percentile when compared to the state or the nation. You can look at the top 5 or 10 percentile or top 20 percentile for those environmental indicators as well. Or they can be combined and have an EJ index, which is the combination of those individual environmental indicators combined with that demographic indicator. So that would say from a percentile basis, you can look at it from either comparing it to the other areas in the state or other areas in the country. How does that area rank for that environmental indicator compared to other locations within the state or the nation? So this is a very robust and useful tool because its functionality is very wide. You can look at the individual environmental indicators, you can look at the individual demographic indicators, or that third bullet, you can look at them rolled up as an EJ index, or you can look at a demographic index, and that can be very, very helpful. It's map-based, so it's You can identify either a point or you can draw a line. You can draw a polygon. You can look at census tracts. And we actually used this last December when the tornado came through Western Kentucky and parts of Tennessee and Alabama. The cabinet secretary asked me to identify, are there any disadvantaged or EJ areas within the path or in the neighborhood of that path of the tornado? So we were able to draw a line and say, we want to know within a half a mile or a mile of that line, either side of the hundreds of miles that this tornado took, are there any communities that would be considered disadvantaged? And that was very helpful in our decision making to have that information on such a short notice. Within just a couple hours, we were able to pull that together. In fact, I talked to Brian about it last fall because we were trying, and Brian was trying to map that as well. So we were able to get this information that was very helpful to us. EJ Screen also has reporting, so you can develop reports from it and do standardized reports, which are very useful. If you don't know how to use EJ Screen, you can draw a line or a circle or a point or select a census tract and say you want a standardized report, and it will show you all the information for that area that you've identified. It also allows for import of external data and shapefiles. So if you have GIS information, other things that aren't part of EJ Screen, it allows you to import those into that and lay it over all those EJ issues as well. And it allows you to save sessions, which is something new from the early sessions or the early versions of EJ Screen. You could not save the sessions. This allows you to save something and come back to it later, which is very helpful. So this is just a picture, just an example that I have provided. And I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is Lexington. You can see the red areas are the top 5th percentile for that area for that demographic index. Orange is considered to be the top 10 percentile, and the yellow is a top 20th percentile. So you can see that around parts of Lexington, maybe some parts of Montgomery County, which is near Mount Sterling, those areas have some areas that are in the top 5th percentile for the demographic index when you look at that compared to the state. Then you can see some other areas that maybe are in the top 30th percentile, the top 40th percentile on different shades of gray. So I'd like for you to file that behind in your mind. This gives you some granularity. It allows you to look at the highest priorities and those other levels below it. The Climate and Economic Justice Screen tool was developed as a result of that, as I mentioned, the Executive Order 14008, and they needed a tool that they could use for identifying disadvantaged communities. And that's specifically to be used by the Justice 40 initiative, which required the federal government to identify and to use 40% of the overall benefit of federal funding to disadvantaged communities. It's still in a beta release, I believe, but things could change rapidly. I expect that there will be revisions based on comments that I have heard other states and local governments batting around. Comments are no longer being accepted from what I understand, but I'm sure that if there are any data errors or things that need to be modified, that there is an opportunity and availability to submit comments in the tool. So now that we compare that to EJ Screen, so what this one has different data sets based on census tract, and that looks at climate change, things such as agricultural loss or building loss or clean energy burdens or PM 2.5, or housing, affordable housings, as well as lead-based paint, value of homes, legacy pollution, training and workforce development. So the way that CJST works, EJ Screen has those different indexes and shows colored graphics. This combines low income and low higher education enrollment or low high school graduation rate with each of those individual census tract data. So for instance, if something is considered disadvantaged for climate change, it would be elevated agricultural loss or building loss combined with low income and low high education or low high school degree rates. So this will identify something as disadvantaged when it has one of those data sets elevated combined with one of those economic or education issues. You'll notice it says income and education. It doesn't talk about race, color, national origin, which is one of the concerns that some people have raised. So going back to the picture I showed you from the EJ screen, over in the Lexington area, if you can see that, I don't know if you can, but in the central part of this lower left picture, you'll notice Lexington is not even identified as disadvantaged. That's a problem when we consider that for the demographic index, some of us may think that certain communities in Lexington or Louisville may be disadvantaged, but this climate and economic justice tool does not identify it as such. And one of the other concerns that I have, and I'm sure others have, is that it's black or white, yes or no. It is either disadvantaged or not disadvantaged and does not have the granularity that EJ Screen has. So to compare these two, I've kind of been doing that along the way, but they are intended to complement each other. There are certain things that the climate and economic justice screening tool will identify, particularly because it's climate and economic justice. There are certain areas that maybe from a race, color, and national origin perspective are not identified, or from an environmental perspective are not identified as disadvantaged. But particularly when you look at what's happening in Florida and South Carolina over the last few days, Eastern Kentucky over the last couple months with the flooding and all the climate issues, there are certain areas along rivers and streams that maybe are not from a typical environmental justice perspective, we might not have identified as disadvantaged, but with the consideration of climate change, there are some areas that need to be focused when we're looking at climate issues. So they are intended to complement each other. In fact, this comparison is drawn directly from the announcement of the CEJST. I see EJ Screen as being very useful for screening disproportionate environmental burdens and harms at the community level. CEJST is really good at defining maps, particularly from a climate perspective, and most notably, because it was developed for Justice 40, then I suspect that the federal government is going to want to use something like this that's easy to say something's a disadvantage or not disadvantaged for those federal funding processes. So each of them have their own utility. For some of the processes that we are using them for, I think that we'll probably use EJ Screen a little more, but from programs that are involving federal government funding, we'll probably need to use the CEJST or some hybrid between the two. So this is getting close to the end of my last slides, and this summarizes that there are some challenges in particular that I see. One in particular is that there are different requirements and tools depending on the program. So, if it's a Justice 40 program, then they may have certain requirements of which tools need to be used or how they're to be used. There are other federal programs that predated EJ Screen or predated CJST, and such as the WIN grants that came out from federal government. The WIN grant was specifically for water infrastructure. That one defined disadvantaged based on access to public water. So it's disadvantaged maybe because that community does not have a public water system. They may live in a community that doesn't have a public water system, which in Kentucky is very rare. I think 95% of Kentuckians have access to good, clean public water. or at least public water. We do have some challenges with certain areas that have problems with resiliency and with loss of a lot of treated water or upkeep and maintenance. But so it's either access to water, that community doesn't have water, or the community has repeated violations or repeated management issues that have made them disadvantaged. So depending on the program, then they may have different requirements of how that agency is supposed to identify whether something's disadvantaged or not disadvantaged. And then there are different definitions. As I pointed out, that environmental justice the environmental justice screening tool, or EJ screen, that one may define disadvantage differently than the CEJST. CEJST is going to identify something disadvantaged based on whether there is one of those environmental or other factors combined with income or education. Then there's the issue that I brought up, that in some cases, those definitions may or may not include race, color, and national origin. And so there's some concerns about how you define something. And then one concern that I have too is that if a program requires the use of a tool such as CEJST, let's say hypothetically that that funding, that community may consider themselves to be disadvantaged based on race, color, national origin. But if that program requires that federal funding to be used based on a different tool or a different definition, then there can be some disenfranchisement. If a community or neighborhood considers themselves to be typically or historically disadvantaged or an environmental justice area, but yet this federal funding is not going to be used in their area because a different tool was required. So I think that's a challenge, something that we need to keep our eyes on and we need to be careful with. So then there's state-specific factors. And that is, when I talked about EJ screen, I talked about the fact that the demographic or other EJ indexes can be used to compare to the state or to the nation. And each state is different, and different factors are going to have a different role in different states. So I think it's very important that we keep that in mind, particularly when, for example, one of the things that I usually talk about is that environmental justice was really, they really applied environmental justice early on in places like North Carolina, the PCB landfill, where they were wanting to put PCB contaminated soil into a landfill in a community that was primarily minorities. And that was one of the early protests, and it was an active sit-in where people said, we don't want that in our community. We're being treated poorly. There's an 85-mile stretch in Louisiana along the Mississippi River that produces many of the petrochemicals within the United States. And many of the communities and neighborhoods and homes that were next to those were minorities and low income. So those areas of the country were some early actions when it came to environmental justice. And so if we were to compare Kentucky, if you were to identify a census tract or a neighborhood, and we compared that to the nation, then there may be, if the percentile wise, that neighborhood may not be one of the top 5th percentile, the top 10th percentile for the nation. But when we, as the environmental agency within our state, as we are trying to decide where we prioritize our efforts, or if we're doing a permitting action, or if we're looking at whether we need to modify our engagement activities, then we want to look at this from a state perspective. We want to say, is this in the top 5th percentile of our state? Is this the top 10th percentile of our state? Because we want to look at those state-specific factors. And then there are other things that come into play. It also depends on the program as well. That second bullet, disadvantaged areas can vary with the program. So if we were looking at is this a disadvantaged community for air quality or for proximity to highways that may impact ozone or something like that, then certain areas of the state are going to be identified as disadvantaged. But if we were looking at drinking water, for instance, if you're in the city of Louisville, the city of Louisville has a pretty good, the Louisville Water Company has a pretty good water system. They have pretty good water quality. But if you compared that water quality to, say, Martin County, Kentucky, then the Martin County area maybe doesn't have as many air quality issues, but it may have more issues with their water system. And so we really have to look at the specific program and the specific environmental issue, because different areas of the state are going to be identified as disadvantaged based on that. So then the last bullet is the workload. So between all of these in Justice 40, the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, PFAS, all the other things, there's a tremendous impact and increase in workload for state and local agencies. As every single one of these comes out, it's a great thing that we have access to that, but it does put a strain on our workforce that's already decreased, and we have to prioritize how we use those funds and where we invest our time and our efforts into doing that. So it's a great thing to have these programs coming out, but it does cause a workload increase that we're having to ramp up. Luckily, we are able to hire some temporary employees, some contract employees for the terms of these infrastructure bills and the Inflation Reduction Act bills, but it takes time to find qualified people to do those jobs. So just to kind of wrap that up, which is the best tool? Well, that's going to depend on the user and how much training you've been able to find. Luckily, EPA has put together some great tools. And as Brian pointed out, he is willing and able to train people on how to use AJ Screen. But it's important to learn how to use those tools. EJ Screen can be a little bit complicated, but once you get to know it and once you understand how to use it, it can be very useful and very helpful. So increasing your understanding of the tool is paramount to being able to use that tool. The climate and economic justice screening tool, it's pretty easy to look at. It's either white or gray. It's either disadvantaged or not disadvantaged. But my recommendation is that, we're going to probably use EJ Screen unless we're required to use CJST, just because when it comes to what we plan on using them for, I think that EJ Screen tends to have a lot more functionality and to be more versatile. But because of all the variability and the different definitions that I identified in that last slide, that highlights how important it is for us as the state agency to define how we're going to use those and develop standard procedures for what are we going to do and which things are we going to click on when we use these tools, so that we make sure that we do it consistently and that we make sure that we're using the tool to identify those areas that are disadvantaged and that we want to prioritize. Because one of the concerns that we have is that if you have so much variability in the outcome, and you could use one tool or another tool and get a different answer, that if everything could be considered in an environmental justice area, then you raise the question of, are you really prioritizing? And there's my contact information, my email address, if anyone has any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Larry. And there are the questions there for you. So if you will address those in the Q&A, then it would be great. And I'm hearing somebody. So, and I'd love to join in that conversation, but we have to kind of move on to the next speaker, and that is Justin Mogg. He's a PhD assistant to the provost for Sustainable Initiatives, University of Louisville. His mission to help us understand about life-sustaining solutions, our perceptions and responses to daily and long-term challenges. He's going to talk to us today about greener habits for a greener Louisville. Justin?
Thank you so much, Arnita. It is great to be jumping on this environmental justice train with you all this morning. So thrilled to be here and be participating with all these fine folks. So I've been asked to speak about, some green habits we could do right here in Louisville in order to help address this really big crisis of environmental injustice. Obviously, we need policy, as we've just heard, and we need policy tools to address these systemic issues of justice. But what I'm going to touch on is sort of bridge over to some other conversations we're going to have later today about how these issues connect directly to human health, is, that every one of us plays a role every single day in the small choices we make and the big choices we make. That we know that modern American society is highly toxic in so many ways, right? And so if we participate in that and don't participate in a different way and don't change the system, then we are part of the problem. So there are ways to be part of the solution every single day. I highlight them on my weekly radio show and podcast. You can all tune in on Forward Radio 106.5 FM. And you can always find the podcast at forwardradio.org too. So what I'm going to focus on today is two areas that I think are most impactful in our lives that we can make changes in. I always tell people the most important things you got to change in Louisville is how you get around and how you eat and what you eat. And these things are most impactful on our personal health and happiness and connection to community. But they're also, I think, some of the most impactful changes we can make in our lives for the broader world too. And then I'm going to focus on two of the most impactful strategies we can think about, because there's a lot of changes we can make, but we want to be a little more strategic. And so thinking about how I can consume or waste less. We waste so much in modern America. And how I can produce more. We all need to think about how can I become not just a consumer, but a producer. And if we start with that mindset, we are going to make some radical changes in our own life and in the lives of our community. What do I mean by being a producer? First of all, there's the fundamental things that sustain us. Where can I get my food, fiber, and fuel? Well, I can grow and I can forage a lot of that already. What do I mean about making? I can make compost instead of making methane when I put my organic matter in a landfill, right? I need stuff to live my life. Well, you can make stuff, you can build things, you can repair stuff, you can restore things. And then, of course, there's the whole energy side of this. And can I produce some of my own energy, or can I use my own human energy more? So those are the kinds of things I'm going to be focusing on in my 20 minutes today. So if we're going to be producers, we need tools. You got to have tools to do these things. Now, some of you might have a garage full of tools. That's wonderful. If you ain't using them, you don't need them anymore. Donate them to the brand new Louisville Tool Library, just opened on July 1st on Logan Street. This is a fantastic new community resource I want you all to get involved with. Everyone can join the tool library and get access to these incredible tools. Surely, you're just starting out in some of these things you've never tried before. Maybe it's too early for you to make a big investment in the tools you need. Well, at the tool library, you could borrow them, right? And you can reserve them online. You can see what tools they have online. And maybe you definitely got to do this project, but it's only a one-time project. And that's a perfect time then to go check out the Louisville Tool Library, instead of having to go buy your own tools. All right, let's talk about food and food justice. We've all seen these maps, right? This is a really smart group. You know how at risk our communities in downtown and West Louisville are because of the closure of our corporate grocery stores, right? So many people in our community lack access to fresh, healthy food. This is a real environmental injustice in our community. And so let's talk about how we address that. Well, first of all, we gotta build our own store, y'all. We gotta build this Louisville Community Grocery. We have land, we have a huge pot of money. All we need is you. We need more we need more owners of the Louisville Community Grocery, and you can become an owner today at louisvillecommunitygrocery.org. The land we're going to build it on is right in Smoketown, just a block south of Broadway. And finally, we're going to be able to have a community-controlled grocery store, the only one in Louisville, and it's going to be in one of these areas of food apartheid. So yes, I started out this talk by saying we got to produce our own food. Surely that's part of the solution, but we're all going to need a grocery store. No, everybody needs a grocery store. So let's all join the community grocery today and help build it and make it a reality in our community to address this really critical injustice. All right, let's talk about what we eat. We eat way too much meat in America. So all of the science is telling us that we have got to reduce our meat and dairy consumption if we want to have a livable planet. There's far too many humans on this planet for all of us to be eating at the top of the food chain. We have to reduce our meat consumption. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to become a radical vegan today and never touch another animal product. I understand that's unrealistic. Just reduce. Think about a meatless Monday or meatless mornings. Figure out ways in your life to go move towards a plant-based diet. Doesn't have to be 100%. It doesn't have to happen overnight. You're not going to know how to do this right away if you've never tried it. Ease into it, but just start thinking about how can I reduce the amount of animals and dairy that I consume. And you can see on all of these graphs that, you know, there's a spectrum here, right? Eating beef is probably the worst thing you could do for the planet, eating beef regularly, right? But then as we go down the line, we can see that there's a smaller carbon footprint, but then it's not just carbon, right? This graph sums up the impacts on how much land each of these different types of foods require to produce, how much fresh water they consume, and then of course, how much carbon emissions. And you could see that there's a range of possibilities here. We want to move to the left of this graph in our diets by as much as we can. Okay, let's talk about how we eat here in Louisville. There is food around us that we don't even recognize, and we just need to go out and get it. It is right in the heart of our city. It is in our food apartheid zones. We just don't recognize it as food. Some of it is native foods, like the wonderful service berry, ripe around June 1st or into May around here. At U of L, we hold an annual service berry foraging party at our Garden Commons on the last Friday of May. Come on out and join us if you need some help figuring out what service berries are. We're going to take you around and show you what these trees look like. They are planted all over town. They're great street trees, so you'll find them all along our streets in Louisville. And they're only ripe for a couple weeks, so you got to get out there, fill up your pail, fill up your freezer. It's like a blueberry. It's in the almond family. It's delicious. It's healthy. It's free. So forage. There are also other great fruits in our city, like mulberries. The birds make them, right? You find them coming up in every fence line in Louisville. Some of them aren't as tasty as others. You got to check them out, try them. So we always go out forage mulberries earlier in the summer. Mushrooms are coming up all the time, y'all. Now, mushrooming is a little more sketchy than fruit foraging because there are mushrooms that are toxic to humans. So I need you to do a little bit of research. I need you to get with somebody who knows mushrooms before you go out and pick in every mushroom you see. But this is just some pictures from the mushrooms that my wife Amanda and I foraged just earlier in the spring. We got some of these at the Portland Orchard. So, you know, there are mushrooms all over town. Then there's nuts. There are nuts falling from our trees. There is some of that really low carbon proteins right there in our city. This is the harvest from 1 year of the black walnut in my yard, and that, you know, the former owner thought of as waste. We got to hire kids to come pick up these nuts and get rid of them, get them off my pretty lawn. Well, I see them as a resource. We got to start seeing waste as a resource if we want to live a cleaner, healthier life. And so can we process some of these nuts? Maybe not 100% of them, but maybe I can process some of them and actually eat some of the nuts that are falling down in my yard. Then we got to plant more food. There's no reason we can't have more fruit growing all over our city. We planted this plum tree in our yard. This was the picture from the harvest from last year, right? Like more than we could possibly eat. We had to invite our friends, come on over, enjoy some of these plums, right? So yes, plant more food, and you don't have to grow a garden if you don't want to. You can just plant a tree, it'll make some food, right? You can plant viney things, you can plant canes. So berries are a great fruit to just plant all over the city on fence lines. Why have we got all these fences that aren't growing anything? You could plant grapes on them, you could plant blackberries, you can plant raspberries. Another resource that we don't tend to think of it as something valuable that we should go out and capture is the beautiful gift of clean, fresh rainwater coming to us anytime we get a rain in Louisville. We treat it like a waste product. We try and put it in our sewer system. This is insane, right? This is a problem that has faced our city for decades, and we have done incredible work in doing better with our stormwater, but every person who owns a building of any kind can help further it even more by putting in some rain barrels and storing some of that rainwater for use. Maybe you don't want to drink it, fine. You can use it to water your garden or your lawn. You can make it pretty. If you're sick of looking at that blue barrel, you could paint it, right? Like we did at U of L's Garden Commons. You can get serious about this and take some of those big tanks that come from industry and store 500 gallons of water, right? Like we do at U of L. So there's different scales you can do this at. You can have a huge in-ground cistern on a brand new building, like at a Belknap Academic Building on campus. We got something like 5,000 gallon cistern down there for taking the roof water and using it for irrigation. So we got to think of this as a valuable resource, not a waste product. Oh my gosh, our organic waste, these are not a problem. These are another great gift. Why on earth are we filling up our landfills with food waste and yard waste? Anything that came from a plant, we should be turning that into a rich organic fertilizer. And we can do it at all sorts of scales. But of course, this bin is what my wife and I use. We, as you can tell, we produce a lot of food. We do a lot of cooking. We make a lot of food scraps, right? And this one little bin handles all of it. And how do we grow new food in it? We just harvest the compost out of the bottom. It's that simple. But when we just don't do that, when we just throw it in the landfill, it's going to an anaerobic environment in a landfill. It's turning into methane. Methane is a supercharged greenhouse gas. Methane is killing our friends all around the world who are suffering from the global climate crisis. Methane, you're putting your banana peel in a landfill, made the hurricane we just saw in Florida even worse. Think of it that way, right? But I could be making a great, wonderful product that I can use to grow food in if I just compost. Obviously, tons of details about all of this that I don't have time to get into, but I take that compost and I grow new food in it. You don't even need a yard. You don't need a community garden. You probably got a sunny window where you could put a pot. You might have a little porch or a deck where you could grow things in a pot, and you can do it almost year round. So this is greens growing in November, right? Like we can grow in Louisville pretty much year round. You get a little hothouse, you could even grow in the winter here. Start your seeds indoors, right? Get yourself going in February, March, and then eat the view, y'all. What do we got all this silly lawn for? It is the only way we're able to maintain it as a pretty lawn is by putting a bunch of chemicals and fertilizer and water on it and toxifying our neighborhood. This is insane. What are we doing? We could be using this land to be productive and to grow, and it's beautiful too, but you can grow all kinds of food right in your yard. Now, maybe you don't have a yard. We've got community gardens all over this city. We got vacant lots all over this city that we can grow food in. So this is what my wife and I do, growing food in Smoketown. This is a community garden that we had going on Main Street for quite a while. A vacant lot, still vacant to this day. It's a privately owned lot. They kicked us off a few years ago, still vacant. But man, there's so much vacant land that is a resource. And some of this soil, oh my gosh, have you tried growing food in the soil in Louisville? Some of it is absolutely fantastic. We're on a river terrace. It has been getting fertilized by the river for years, and nice sandy, loamy soil. Ooh, just give it a try. This is what that garden looked like after we took that vacant lot and planted it. We didn't even add any compost. We just grew in this beautiful soil, right? And when you plant some food, please plant some proteins again, so you can eat less meat. We got all kinds of great legumes we can grow and eat. Here's a few vegetable porn pictures. All right, this is a carrot I grew in some compost, some old food on a vacant lot, right? Like, look how big and beautiful that is. You don't need to go to a grocery store, just stick it in the dirt. Look at this, chard, you all. I mean, this is not grown with a single chemical. Look at that. Come on now. Look at that 9-pound sweet potato I grew in old Louisville, an old food compost, right? And our rich, healthy soil here. Come on, we can do this. And here's what we grew in our garden commons at U of L just this year. This is just one pretty picture of one kale leaf. Come on now, we can do this. So you got to grow some food. You ain't going to be able to eat it all day one. You got to preserve some of that food so you can survive the winter, right? So get in touch with all those old traditions that you know your grandma used to do. Figure out how to can some things. Maybe you don't can it all. Maybe you just try salsa this year. All right. This is what my cupboard looks like right about now. We're canning it up, right? And then you can dry things too. There's all kinds of things you could just dry. You could go down to the thrift store. I guarantee you there's a food dryer there. If you don't have a lot of money, you can make your own solar dryer if you got a nice sunny spot in your yard. But you can dry up all kinds of fruits, put them in a jar, eat them all winter long, right? Now, I'm going to change gears a little bit and talk about sweet things. Everybody loves sweet things. So when you're making a garden, when you're tending a yard, put a little space in for the native pollinators. They're helping produce all that food along with you, right? It's not just about the health of the soil, but the health of our whole ecosystem. And we need all these pollinators producing our food. So we've got to make space and room for them. I also keep bees in Portland at my wife's urban farm. That's me tending my bees. I love sweet things, but I don't eat no refined sugar. That stuff ain't healthy. And where does it come from? It's a tropical crop. You can't grow sugar cane in Louisville, but we have so much delicious sweetness right here. If we just tend some bees and get some honey, this is what it looks like, uncapping that honey and spinning out that honey. Look, that's just one little harvest. Look at all that honey I got. Didn't cost me no money. The bees are doing all the work and I just get to benefit from it, right? Okay, that's one sweet thing. What else is sweet in Louisville? Ooh, maple syrup. Yes, we make maple syrup every year at U of L. Come on out to our garden commons mid-January. We're going to have our annual maple tapping workshop. You don't need a lot of tools. You need a little drill, okay? And then you need to buy some of these taps. They're cheap. And put a bucket on it and boil it down, and you got yourself some maple syrup. Ooh, yeah. All right. Now, let's talk about how you get around in Louisville. There are so many options that don't involve a big, expensive car that's a danger to everybody, making you unhealthy and sedentary. Obviously, a lot of this has to do with where you live. If you live in a place where there's no access to anything but driving, you're going to drive, right? Like we have to design our city so that it's convenient and safe for all these alternatives. That's a huge other conversation. But if you live in a place where you can get to something without driving, give it a try. It would be life-changing. I have never had a driver's license. I get everywhere I need to go on my bicycle or on a bus or occasional walk, and it keeps me healthy, happy, and sane. I don't have road rage. I have road joy. If you've never ridden a bike before, give it a try. The most important investment would be to buy a bicycle, but hey, you can try it out with Louisville Bike Share, right? You can try out a bike. You can use the transit app to find Louisville Bike Share, but also figure out how to use the bus in your city. I also don't fly. Flying is just an outrageous carbon footprint. We cannot be doing this. So think about how you could get from city to city on our inner city buses or jumping on the train. I like nothing better than a nice long train ride out to Seattle to visit my brother, right? And then carpool. Okay, we're driving, but can we share the ride? We got probably some empty seats in our car. You can use this tool called Cardinal Directions. Everybody, it's open to the public, directions.louisville.edu. It will tell you how to get around our city by all these different means, and it'll also allow you to set up carpools with other people. So let me talk a little bit about biking because it makes me so happy, and it's such a great way to get around our city. If you're thinking, I can't ride a bike because I got to carry stuff, you can carry stuff on a bicycle. Now, this is an extreme example. We have a wonderful bike trailer. That's our pickup truck. We use it for gardening and all sorts of things. But even just in a simple pannier bucket like you're seeing there, man, out of kitty litter bucket that you're going to see in the trash, right? You can just use a few bucks to fix that up and make yourself a waterproof pannier to get around town. Or you can buy an expensive pannier if you want, or put a milk crate on the back of your bike, whatever you need. Use a backpack. We can do this. This is achievable. And hey, we can move an entire office just with bicycles. We did it back in the day when we had a Bicycling for Louisville, and we relocated their office, including couches, you all, just with bicycles. Oh, we can do this. Yes, we can. You can also get your kids around on a bicycle. This is how it looks in some countries where they have bakfiets and they put their kids in, even a place like Amsterdam where it's raining all the time, right? We got great weather here in Louisville for getting around on a bike. You don't even need to worry about all that heavy gear, and you can just put your kid in a kid's seat, right? Now let's talk a little bit about fixing stuff and repair. My bike frame broke one year. I'm a heavy guy. Shoot, what am I gonna do? Throw it in the trash? No, I got a friend who happens to know how to weld. So I learned how to weld. We can do this. We can fix this stuff ourselves. We don't have to throw it in the trash. Just one small example. All right, let's talk a little bit about energy. I'm gonna wrap it up. Don't you worry. This is my solar clothes dryer, y'all. Why are we using fossil fuels to dry our clothes? Clothes dry naturally. Let's just put them on a line. Even if you don't have a yard, put them on a rack in your house or in the basement. We are so ridiculously using fossil fuels to dry our clothes. This is crazy. All right, we are also very wasteful with our energy because we don't even know how much energy our things use. So get yourself a little kilowatt device and plug your vacuum in and figure out, oh my God, this thing uses about 500 watts. I'm gonna be a little more cautious with it. Or I might have things around my house that use a lot of vampire energy. They're using energy I didn't even know. You gotta have the knowledge in order to make change. Programmable thermostats help you reduce the amount of energy you use, setting that thermostat at a more reasonable level and not just like 68 in the summer. Are you kidding? What? Why are we doing this? All right, you might have a drafty house too. It's worth maybe investing in a home energy audit to figure out where you got leaks in your house, and then you go in and insulate it. Sometimes you just need to insulate like the band joists in the basement. This is a picture of that. Or maybe your roof needs a little installation. Maybe your walls do too. So you just got to look into it, figure out where the drafts are and where you need to insulate so you can stop wasting all this energy every year, reduce your utility bills, and improve the health of our community. Really quickly going to talk about it. Solar over Louisville has been going gangbusters, y'all. I've had solar panels on the roof of my house since I put them on in 2010, providing 100% of the energy I need, right? This is crazy that we're using fossil fuels. We can all be making power on the roof of our house, and not just electricity, but you can make your own hot water. So this is a picture of my solar hot water heater on my house, right? So there's tons of solutions worth looking into. Not everybody owns a house, I understand. All right, Justin, how do you have time to do this? Well, I never sit down, all right? I don't have a television, but I do relax. I relax in the garden. I relax when I'm hanging my laundry, right? I build this fun and this activity into my day. All right, so if you want to get in touch with me, if you want to learn more about what we're doing at U of L, go to louisville.edu/sustainability. If you want to get on my radio show, I'd love to have you. If you want to tune in, just check us out at 106.5 FM. And my contact information is right there, y'all. Thank you so much. And thanks, Arnita, for inviting me. This has been great.
Thank you so much. It just makes me feel tired just to look at all the things that you
It's
do.
energizing, though. That's the thing.
I think we can all do something to really help it out. Thank you so much, presenters, for sticking to your time. I really appreciate it. So we're going to go right to our next presenter, Sarah Lynn Cunningham. She's the director of the Louisville Climate Action Network. Sarah's an environmental engineer. I've known Sarah for so many years. I always learn something from her. What she's going to talk about today is the Urban Energy Partnership, LCAN's Urban Energy Partnership, energy efficiency and renewable energy services to nonprofits who primarily serve Louisville's Black and Brown communities to help them spend less on utilities. If you're on, Sarah.
I want to talk to you about our new project called Urban Energy Partnership. The subtitle From Red Line to Triple Bottom Line, I will explain in a minute. But first, I want to give an overview of who LCAN is. We are a 15-year-old local environmental network, currently 50 organizations, businesses, etc., make up the network. And we have three main branches of programming. And the first is education, and that includes everything from videos to an e-newsletter to a website, classes, etc., the usual predictable stuff. We also have an advocacy branch. And so, for example, most recently, when an industry was going to make some significant modifications in Rubbertown recently, there were some concerns that perhaps the hazardous emissions from their smokestacks would increase. And so we hired a national level expert to tell us what's the story here, what should we do. Based upon his recommendations, we advocated for some stronger terms on the permit, and we got one of them. So it's a start, I suppose. And then the last is services. And the thesis here is that most people or businesses are not going to agree to invest 4 or 5 digits into their property unless they're fairly comfortable that they're doing the right product and the right sizing and all that kind of stuff. I am an engineer, and therefore we have the ability to help these folks more than perhaps the typical environmental group. So I'm going to now stick with the services part, and our process starts with a paper audit. We look at the bills of our clients to make sure that they're even in the right billing class. So for example, one nonprofit that we are working with earlier this year, we had our first site visit, and I asked for a copy of an LG&E bill. And before we left the property, we were able to determine that they had long been paying for their next door neighbor's streetlights. And I mean, like for 20 years, they had been paying for a couple of streetlights that weren't even on their property. And so we got that fixed, and that was a windfall for them. Then we go through and do an energy audit, which of course is substantially more thorough than this illustration. But we try to get into people's closets, meaning their mechanical rooms, and check things out and try to find what's going on and how we can reduce their utility consumption and where and how. Then we help them to, if they need the help, and they usually do, we help them to do a request for services or materials. We help them to evaluate the bids, and if necessary, we help them to oversee the contractor doing the actual work that implements our recommendations. Then we do the paperwork, which is actually more complicated than you would guess, for them to get their rebates from LG&E. What folks don't realize perhaps is that for all practical purposes, LG&E customers fall into 3 classes: residential, industrial, and pretty much everybody else is in the middle. So nonprofits and small businesses, they're all in this commercial class, and the commercial class is the only one that can still get energy or rebates for energy efficiency work. And they're paying the money into the pot for these rebates every month. So our attitude is, if you're paying for them, you might as well take advantage of them. But we do the paperwork for our clients so that they're sure to get everything that they're owed. And then we offer an optional service of, when it's appropriate, we have enough data to support it, we offer to do the process of getting them certified as an Energy Star building. You have to have an engineer or an architect to do that, so it's something that's easy for us to do. So that's what we were doing. And then came George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and lots of middle-class white folks like me were like, OMG, that's the printable version. You know, it disabused me of some of my perceptions or understandings or assumptions about how the police treat people. Because of course I haven't had particularly bad experiences with the police, but this hit us all in the face. And you may remember that right then, most community groups issued a statement, an anti-racism statement. And so we decided, okay, I guess we should do that too. And we had a lot of discussions. And that's when I was reminded that not all Black people think the same, just like not all white people think the same. And we had people telling us that we should completely reinvent the organization and focus on racism, which I didn't think was realistic for us. So we thought really long and hard about how can we combat racism and even up the score a little bit, but in a way that's true to ourselves and our skills. And what we decided to do, and I should also note that coincidentally with all this, earlier, not totally coincidentally, but earlier this year, the cost of gas, natural gas, jumped 30%. And there was a rate hike. And so our thinking was, all right, let's offer our services for free to a half a dozen nonprofits in town that primarily serve Louisville's Black and Brown community, so that they would be able to spend less on utilities and more on mission. That is the slogan: spend less on utilities, more on mission. So if the natural gas prices jump up 30% alone, that means you've got less time for tutors for after-school programs. You've got less of an ability to staff up your homeless center, et cetera, et cetera. So we added to our program, this program, the Urban Energy Partnership. Don't ask me why I still have that page under construction thing. I meant to take that off. But anyway, its tagline is from red line to the triple bottom line. So my guess is everybody here knows about this historical phenomenon that we still live with indirectly today. But just in case, there was a point in time when the entire city of Louisville was carved up into colored districts. And so if you lived in the A district right here, the green district, which isn't even showing up in this West End shot, then if you applied for a mortgage or a loan to upgrade your home, you essentially were going to get it unless you just didn't, you had other problems with your credit. And if you lived in the blue district, you were probably going to get the loan. But if you lived in a yellow district, or worse, a red district, the yellow, you were going to be scrutinized extremely harshly, and you were probably dead on arrival if you were in the red district. So people were able to invest in their homes substantially less. People weren't able to buy homes. And if you put more money into your home than you can get back out, then people go, whoa, I'm not doing that. And so what a surprise in these redlined areas, and even in the yellow and some of the blue, the value of the housing has gone down, and it has led to generational poverty. So the triple bottom line, conversely, looks at economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and social sustainability. So we were and are looking for this project to help various nonprofits to bridge this gap and to make progress that will benefit the organizations and more to the point, their constituents. So earlier this summer, we did a soft start, and we were given a chunk of money and 2.5 months to spend it. Last night, we turned in the report. We had to have everything done and turned in by yesterday. And there are a couple people on this call that I owe phone calls or emails, and I apologize. But my little butt has been working hard to get this deadline met. So these are the organizations that we invited to participate and that accepted the invitation. And of course, there were some that we invited that just couldn't meet the timetable. But these organizations, you probably recognize at least some of them. They all serve primarily Black and Brown folks, or both. And we decided upon visiting their sites and given the timeline that for all but the last one, we were going to focus on relamping. So they all had fluorescent lights, and many of them were really inefficient. And a lot of them were what we call T8, and they were much more efficient than the old T12s, but they were still inefficient compared to LEDs. And the other concern, of course, is these contain mercury. So if you drop one, it's a given the mercury is going to come out because it's under slight pressure. And so this project, for at least 7 of the 8 participants, they will trade out all of their fluorescent and in a few cases incandescent lighting. We will replace it and are replacing it as I speak with LEDs. And we are also providing them with special containers so that they can put the waste lamps, the old lamps, excuse me, into special boxes that are prepaid. When the box gets full, we count it for rebate purposes, seal the box up and ship it off for recycling. The recycling will capture the mercury and retort it so it can be reused or stored somewhere. We are recycling the glass and the aluminum end caps of the fluorescent lights. For the 8th client, we are, and they got the first one installed yesterday. They are getting smart thermostats so that they can control the heating and cooling in their facilities. As it turns out, you know, they're leasing, or not leasing, but they're just letting different community groups like Narcotics Anonymous meets in this one building. They're providing senior nutrition, and inevitably somebody tinkers with the thermostats, and then it takes a while to notice it. And this church cannot stay in business if it keeps having high bills. So these thermostats allow somebody to remotely make sure the thermostat's what it's supposed to be, and if not, fix it from their smartphone. So again, we launched this program in the middle of July, barely, more like the 1st of August. And we had to wrap up what we were doing yesterday. And the math that not even my board of directors has seen are as follows: that if you take conservative estimates of what we did, we are relamping almost 1 acre of interior space with LED lights. And the cost that was invested for the materials is under $12,000. We will be saving enough power every year to take care of, 42 average Louisville homes power use. We will be saving a total, not counting the church with the thermostats, because I can't compute that until they've used them for a year or so. But for the other 7, strictly with relamping, they're going to save a net of $5,676, all money they can plow back into their missions and provide more or better, or even just maintain the services that they have. The average payback for all of these projects is under 2 years. And together, those projects will be preventing 47 tons of greenhouse gases per year from going into the atmosphere. Poet, but don't know it. And lastly, we're getting ready to roll out the full-scale urban environmental partnership. And so if you know of an organization that you think would like to participate, please contact us by way of our website, louisvillecan.org. Before the year's up, we will enroll a half a dozen clients into the bigger project, not just the soft start. Some of the people in the soft start will go into the bigger project, but please, if you know of an organization that you think would want to participate, let us know, let them know, and they can let us know. And if you are otherwise interested in our programs, please visit louisvillecan.org. Thank you very much.
And thank you. I tell you, I have, I've just been educated today. I thought I knew pretty much a lot of stuff. Obviously, I need to go back to the drawing board. Thank you so much, Sarah Lynn.
You're welcome.
Dr. McCants, he is the Executive Director, Norton Institute for Health Equity, Executive Medical Director, Norton Health and Vascular Institute, Advanced Health Failure and Recovery Program, the faculty of Meharry Medical College. Dr. McCants is going to give us the vision for Norton's West End Hospital initiative, or whatever he wants to do for the next 20 minutes.
First of all, let me just say that this is my first time being a part of a panel on environmental justice, and the things I've learned today already in such a brief time frame are extremely encouraging. You know, sometimes when you sit from a provider standpoint, you don't know all the things that are going on to make sure that what I call patients are taken care of. And so thank you for the folks that have gone before me and the comments that have been made just really, really inspiring. And these are my comments as a physician. So over the next few minutes, I'm going to just highlight what I believe are environmental issues that need to be discussed from a patient perspective, and then highlight what Norton Healthcare's efforts are in the West End and how everything ties together. See if I can get to this next slide here. Okay, so the timeliness of this presentation was important. So this week, the Courier Journal released this article about Norton Healthcare and its role in environmental racism. And the question is, what is Norton Healthcare going to do? And so as we move through this presentation, we want to keep that in mind, but the message is one hospital cannot take back the years of disinvestment into communities. And we're not naive enough to believe that we can change what's done from an environmental racism and environmental justice standpoint. However, access to healthcare for those that have been affected is where we want to land. And so when you look at this map of where Norton Healthcare's new hospital, the West End Hospital, will be, 28th and Broadway, we sit in the middle, in the heart of the West End. And when you look at the map for where there's toxic release inventories, it's all around the West End Hospital, which means we will definitely be taking care of patients and their families that have had historical exposures to toxins in the environment. But unfortunately, sometimes when patients present, it all looks the same. You know, sometimes it's hard to determine if the chemical pollutants that are in the soil cause your diabetes or your mental health. And so there's two different levels that things will be addressed on. But I think the most important point is that patients will have access, and this serves as a platform to continue the discussions that we're having here. This is a very sophisticated group, and when I was putting this together, I wasn't sure the composition of this group, and I always like to level set to make sure we're speaking the same language. And so for me, when we're talking about environmental racism, we're talking about a systemic issue where obviously communities of color have been disproportionately affected with health hazards. And sometimes that looks like toxic waste, sewage, landfills, power stations, roads, and even airborne matter, which when you think about, from my perspective, when we're trying to determine what may be a set off for allergies or asthma, we have to consider the patient and the environment that they live in. And so I was listening to Taylor's presentation, and of course, Justin's and Sarah's. And I think it's unique to have a screening tool to try to figure out where to invest resources and to risk stratify. But it can be as simple as what I'm showing here. When you look at the graphics of what or which people have been historically affected, it's not even close that our Latinx and our African Americans have 63% more pollution than any other race. And so while we're being conscious with our tools that I love and support, as well as the total bottom line or the triple bottom line that Sarah brought up, it can be just as simple as finding the area that has the highest poverty rate and the highest concentration of minorities. And that's the area where we need to impact. And so I thought this graphic was very representative of where we need to go. And again, this is a sophisticated group, so I'm sure that you have had an opportunity to view this report by Ben Chavis and his team in the early 1980s. If you have not had a chance to review it, I encourage you to do so. And so it's fairly simple. It looks at race and environmental injustice and socioeconomic characteristics, which we're all talking about. And to make it simple, the communities that have greater than 20% of representation of African Americans or Hispanics has been disproportionately and historically affected by toxic waste. And this dates back in the 80s, but we go back into the 30s and even forward to the future. It's not difficult to figure out where we need to deploy resources to. I claim Alabama is home, and my brother is the first Black captain for the police department in Anniston, Alabama. And if you know anything about Anniston, Anniston was one of the leading cities as it relates to civil rights, but it was also one of the leading cities as it relates to environmental hazards and pollution. And the Army Depot, which is listed here, Fort McClellan, was a storage site for chemical warfare, and it actually trained soldiers in these areas in terms of how to defend and use chemical agents. Well, when there was a transition in warfare strategy, all of these chemicals had to be getting rid of. And where do you think they were disposed of? And so when you start to think about some of the chemicals and the exposures in Anniston, you got Agent Orange, you got blister agents, you got tear gas, cobalt, uranium. All of these things were disposed of in local rivers and landfills in the community next to Fort McClellan. And so when you start to think about this and again, trying to figure out where to deploy resources, Anniston is about 30% African-American. The income line is in range with about 30,000. And again, has had a historical long history of disinvestment. And I'll go on and on. I'll skip through this in interest of time. No one has brought up Flint at this point, but we all understand that we have to be conscious when we employ these strategies in terms of what we think will improve a community, but making sure that if we change a water source or deal with water supply differently, as it goes in these African-American communities and Hispanic communities, we need to make sure that we deal with the contaminants that go along with it. For me, on the clinical side, it looks like Legionnaire's disease, which most providers have not seen in over 15 or 20 years. And it's very difficult to treat when it comes into your hospital if you're not prepared to deal with it. When you look at this slide, a little bit busy, this is Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And again, what I want you to pay attention to is the top left corner. Look at your median income and the composition in terms of demographics of the communities here. And so again, when we're thinking about where to invest these resources, we just need to find the poverty line. You need to intersect the poverty line with the racial composition that makes up those communities. And those, in fact, are the places where we should deploy our resources. And I don't want to beat this to death, but I thought this was a very interesting analysis, which looks at the punishing toxic neighborhood environments that independently predict the intergenerational social mobility of Black and white children. And so when you start thinking about environmental hazards, it's different to look at one generation, but we're talking about multiple generations that have been affected historically. And if you look at this chart, it's a bimodal distribution, which means it's not even close if you're trying to determine what happens in a neighborhood in terms of social mobility. And social mobility is important. A lot of times we don't always make the connection between toxins and environmental justice and social mobility. But Taylor's presentation, I think, hit it right on the head in terms of looking at all these factors together. So I'll move through this a little quicker. And I thought this representation, while busy, is important. So if you look at the columns, it looks at income rank, incarceration rate, teen birth at the top of the census panel in terms of the top row. When you look at the bottom, this is an expanded model, and all we're looking at is correlation coefficients. And so when you look at what we're measuring on the left, from poverty rate all the way down to lead exposure, you end up in that right quadrant if you are African-American, you have low income in terms of your risk of being incarcerated, your risk of teen birth, and pretty much everything that you can measure is worse in these communities that have also had lead exposure and environmental hazards. And you relate that to education, social control, and the ability to establish social networks, and you get a harshness toxicity factor that correlates with what's happening in these communities. And so this was an old tool that was used in a certain city that I won't name, but I thought it was powerful to link environmental exposure to the social and intergenerational mobility of a community. So what is it and what do we do about it? Sarah brought up redlining, and I think that's extremely important. Here it is a map of redlining in the city of Los Angeles that looks at urban tree canopy. And I know Justin, if he's still there, is smiling that I'm also talking about tree canopy. But what we find is that socially vulnerable people tend to live in hotter neighborhoods with less tree canopy. And why our trees are important? It's because green space matters, as Justin said. But when you look at this representation, which comes from our health equity report, this is the California neighborhood on the left, where St. Stephen's Church is. And then this is Prospect, or any neighborhood that is east of 9th Street. When you compare green space with commercial industry, it's not even close in terms of that bimodal distribution. And so also the heat map that was represented earlier, when you look at the relationship between vegetation coverage and air toxins and air pollutants and cancer risk, it is inversely related, particularly in that same area where 86% of all African Americans live in the city of Louisville. And so we have this information as it relates to toxins and risk, which causes diseases like asthma, diabetes, and mental health. And as you can see from our health equity report, African Americans are disproportionately affected when they're in those areas, and these are the chronic diseases that are associated. But the most important point, again, which has been said many, many times over, the overall life expectancy is different in those areas, almost 12 years less than when you move eastwards. And so the communities in these areas have a double, triple, and quadruple whammy. So not only are you exposed to environmental toxins, but you're also at risk for the highest or disparate medical conditions that as physicians we're often chasing. I love the heat map that Justin showed on food insecurities. It's good because it overlaps with education, income challenges, transportation, and crime. And as he pointed out, home ownership is different in these areas. And we just need to be a little bit cautious in terms of describing strategies for home usage, understanding that a lot of these homes are either vacant or not in a position to where you can adequately equip. But the most important part for me is that these are women and children in these particular homes. So what is Norton going to do about it? Again, we're not naive enough to think that because we put a hospital in an area that should have had a hospital 150 years ago, that we can make all the changes as it relates to environmental racism. But we can offer a start in terms of access, and then allow the conversations to continue. But more importantly, make sure that we are there to treat the patients that have been exposed to these agents. What does that hospital look like? It looks like a combination between Norton Healthcare and Goodwill. You see a $70 million price tag from Norton there. We far exceeded that and Goodwill's contribution. So now we're collectively well over $110 million with what we're going to invest in the community. 20 inpatient beds, 20 ICU beds, emergency department, adult and pediatric care, but more importantly, specialty care. Specialty care in the West End has been lacking for years. Our federal qualified healthcare centers and some of our other providers have always done a great job with primary care, but we have to collaborate alongside of them and equip them with specialty care. And that's what we're hoping to bring with this new facility. Why? Norton is the largest provider for healthcare in Louisville and probably in the state of Kentucky. And with that, we need to make sure if we touch 1 in 2 African Americans, that we leverage our resources to improve the communities that they come from. And so access care is important. As Justin identified, transportation is always going to be an issue, but the things that we can solve immediately is deploying specialty providers to those areas to collaborate with our federal qualified healthcare partners. So I'm almost done, but I think the data also suggests why we should be there. Beyond our mission, vision, and values, the data is important. When you look at the utilization of Norton Healthcare's hospital services, it is clear that those from the West End have higher inpatient admissions, have 2-fold the number of emergency room visits, and of course, more outpatient surgeries. And so from a mission, vision, and value standpoint, it's the right thing to do. But we also follow the data. The data suggests that we need to put a hospital there to deal with this disproportionate amount of utilization of the services. So these are the disease states that we're going after, but these are also the disease states that are directly proportional or directly tied to environmental toxins and waste. And so I want to finish with this last slide. And this is a slide that I thought was very representative in that article that I first referenced in the Courier Journal. It says the new facility allows Norton to build a sustained presence in the West End and build relationships and making patients feel entirely comfortable when they walk in the doors. But more importantly, it allows us to listen. If we're not allowed to listen to the people from the community and the folks on this particular call to make sure that as we develop strategies to take care of the patients in the community, then we haven't done what we're supposed to. So thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to respond to some of the questions in the chat. And again, to the folks that came before me, I think what you presented was powerful, and I'd love the opportunity to collaborate with you in any way possible. Thank you.
I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Swanee Jett. He is the new CEO of the Park Duval Health Center. He has a Doctor of Public Health and Environmental Health and Preventive Medicine from University of Kentucky, a Master's of Science in Vital Systems Engineering from University of Tennessee, Master of Healthcare Administration from Suffolk University, and a Bachelor of Science in Agricultural Statistics from Tennessee State University. Without further ado, Dr. Jett, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Anita Gasser for inviting me to speak. I've heard a lot of great information today, so I won't labor over some of the things that people have already spoken about, but I give an oversight of where Park Duval is going and a little bit of glimpse of the work that I have done in Louisville, as well as other major cities around population health and environmental justice. First, Park Duval has been around. It's the oldest FQHC in the state. It was founded in '67 and opened its doors in '68. We are heavily focused on patient first atmosphere, the Disney experience. So right now, as you walk into our facilities, the main one has been renovated, but you will see all of our employees now wearing the patient first lapel. So to me, that was first and foremost what we should be doing. Many people don't know Dr. Harvey Sloan was the first CEO. He eventually became mayor. We just established a Harvey Sloan Patient Assistance Fund for pharmacy. That's one of the critical areas that I find the need in the community is being able to provide pharmacy service at a reduced price. A lot of people don't know, but Park Duval actually established the ambulance service. And so historically, there was no primary care in the West End, which is why Park Duval was established, but also there was no way to take anybody to the hospital. So we actually started the ambulance service. There was a hospital on the West End, a lot of people don't remember, and that was Portland. That was actually the first. These are the locations of Park Duval. The one in Newburgh is changing, along with the one in Chestnut Street has moved over to Russell neighborhood. But the one in Newburgh has changed, and it will be open later on in October, brand new facility. And it would provide all the same services for pharmacy, dental, behavioral health, adult medical, OBGYN services, and as well as pediatrics. We also provide dentistry. These are our mobile units. So from time to time, you will see them in the community. Also, we do deliver pharmacy. Here's the list of our services. We take, not only do we take Medicaid, Medicare, but we do take private insurance as well. So why Park Duval, and how did we get in the game of health equity? I would say years ago, when I was working with Louisville Metro Public Health, we actually started that journey on health equity and data. We moved to try to work with the Family Health Center and also work with Park Duval years ago in order to collect data, to be able to do continuously community health needs assessments, to actually find out why people were showing up in our operations, but also what services we could provide. It's one thing to treat somebody for asthma, etc. It's another thing to remove those environmental issues that occurred that created the situation. So we have to constantly measure, collect data, have an equity lens, and then establish policies that actually can change what is going on in our communities. When I was president for National Association of County City Health Officials in 2015, 2016, I put a challenge out. It covered all the health departments nationwide, because the health departments are the conduits to be able to do the investigation, to be able to look at the data, to be able to look at the overall needs of the community. But being the chief health strategist brings the hospital sector together, brings all entities to provide care, but also transportation, education, looking at food access, looking at is the community safe, looking at gun violence, so hospitalizations. The need for community health assessment is the framework to be able to identify what are the existing problems and how do we change that. So I talked a little bit about, we can build a hospital, we can continue to do primary care, but we really got to go back and dive into the social determinants of health that created the conditions, why we need to build a hospital, why we need to expand primary care. We'll never have a 1-to-1 ratio on solving the health equity issues that we see by providers. We have to use population health approaches in order to solve some of these larger issues that loom. And I say we have environmental justice issues all around the country. Me being an environmental engineer, a scientist, epidemiologist, often when I go to a city and I'm the health commissioner, in this case, I'm moving into CEO role of primary care, but I still have that equity lens. So I did some research when I arrived in Sanford, Florida. I arrived shortly after Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman incident occurred, the murder occurred, and African Americans were complaining about a lot of issues that existed. So I needed some data, some evidence of what was going on. And I found that there was a racial divide where Sanford exists. Actually, the oldest African American community in the nation is actually Goldsboro, but it was annexed into Sanford, which made Eatonville #1. Now, the historical connotation about what has happened to most of our major cities, people don't understand. For Sanford, Henry Shelton Sanford bought Sanford for $18,000. And when he did, he decided to extradite African Americans back to the Republic of Congo. Why? For the exploration of ivory, other natural resources. In this convoy, sending people back and forth, trying to get natural resources out of Republic of Congo, 10 million people died. When I arrived in Sanford, there was a racial divide because many people, I had one person that told me orally, and she was 101 years old, what had occurred because they didn't write anything down. When I started to look at the city overall, I started to see the racial divide, such as we see in Louisville at the 9th Street divide, which hasn't changed. And I couldn't tell you how many years. I've been 30 years. It has not changed. So I saw a tale of two cities. One part of Sanford looked like this, right? The other part of Sanford looked like this. And by the way, before I forget, that is Chief Cecil. I became the first African-American health commissioner in Seminole County, and Chief Cecil was first African-American police chief. And this is how the other part of the city looked, where the African-Americans lived in Goldsboro. So what common issues do we see most of the time? We see this in every city. Lack of job training, lack of employment opportunities, deteriorating neighborhoods, lack of decent, affordable living. I saw poor housing. I saw kids come to the hospital with asthma, but there was no policy to say that we could get rid of motor mildew. Some of the housing was dilapidated. There was no policies like we have in Louisville that would send the health department in to investigate. We also see where there was there was food deserts that existed. There was a high rate of crime. There was lack of parks and recreation that was decent for people to exercise. So we talk about obesity and we counsel our patients, but they have nowhere where they actually go exercise and feel safe. And then here's the poverty level. So this should look very familiar to us because this is in every major city. So what I ask everybody to do is let's take a step back. Let's have a health in all policies approach because we have to change the policies that put this structure and systematic structure in place. Here's the list of my board members. I'm very thankful that they're heavily invested in the community. Some of the people you might know, they are on this journey with me. And in every one of my stops, I've had the opportunity to focus in on health inequities. Park Duval would be a leader in that in the future. And I would end by saying, we have to begin to break the chains. And this is a picture when I was in Gorée Island in Senegal. We have to begin to break the chains of the mentality of what's occurring in our communities. We have to begin to look at the structure. I'm very familiar with looking at the hospital data and what shows up, but we have to take a high level approach and we need everybody's involvement. We need politicians' involvement. We need grassroots involvement. We need professors' involvement. This should be something that we actually engage together because we continue to have these same conversations, but nothing changes. And every time we look at a natural disaster, this is what we always see, right? Because the systems that were put in place have not allowed people to change the dynamic. And so as we move forward in the future, Park Duval will continue to try to be a leader, be heavily engaged in the community, be accountable to the community, but be a partner with everybody. And I will end by this. The citizens who needed the greatest assistance were fragile. The burden of healthcare and public health for disadvantaged populations in our society does not just lie within the community or state, within our nation. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jett. Please, audience, send any questions to Dr. Jett using the Q&A feature to keep this conversation going. So next, I have the great honor to introduce my colleague, Dr. Ted Smith. Dr. Smith is a research associate professor of medicine in the Division of Environmental Medicine. Dr. Smith is also director of the Center for Healthy Air, Water, and Soil in the Christina Lee Brown Environment Institute at University of Louisville. So next to share about flushing health insights down the drain is Dr. Smith.
Well, Dr. DeJarnette, thank you very much. This is maybe going to seem like a departure from some of the rest of the programming, but I will work really hard to try to get us to a place where it makes sense again. So I was pleased that Ms. Gadsden asked me to share some of the work that we've been doing actually since early 2019, looking in the sewers and thinking about our health as a community. Now, I don't want anybody to think that's a crazy idea because, you know, quite literally the field of public health traces its roots back to a very famous event in history with Dr. Jonathan Snow, who identified cholera outbreaks origin in London in 1854 as being caused by sewage that was leaking into the natural well system under the streets of London, and traced the entire outbreak in a central part of London to one drinking well. And it was a major breakthrough in medicine and health, public health, to really think about you know, the environmental circumstances that people are in as perhaps the most important way to understand what's going on. Because again, these were people that were getting sick and dying and sort of all over the place, and they were blaming it on interesting theories about air quality and spending a lot of time chasing that agenda. And the whole time it was literally human waste getting into the drinking supply. So that was 1854. And, you know, into the early 20th century, there have been various, I guess we'll call success stories where we could recognize that some of these infectious agents and pathogens, you know, so that was cholera, you know, then there's typhus, big epidemic outbreaks across the world. With typhus, you know, an even more complicated arrangement, you know, was devised where they were able to trace from, you know, big sewer lines to small sewer lines to neighborhoods to households, and find infected people. And so this is, you know, in 1952. I don't want to explain the graphics and the charts other than to say, you know, these little sampling points were numbers, and they indicated whether there was an infected person or not in each of these locations, and they were able to work their way down to a household. And in case you think there is nothing new, there is nothing new. So 2 weeks ago in the journal Nature, which is a highly prestigious journal, we find that a group in Wisconsin was able to track this very unusual variant of COVID through an identical methodology that paper in 1952 went through. And they went from big trunk sewer lines all the way down into neighborhoods and houses. And so this is a potentially powerful tool. And, you know, like all powerful tools, you know, we can all probably think of good and bad uses of these tools. But, you know, the point of today is to tell you a bit about the tools. And I really hope, as part of a really great community that we have here in Louisville, we can best explore together how these tools can responsibly help inform environmental justice, environmental health disparities. Now, beyond typhus and cholera and all those things that happened in the 18 to 1900s, the eradication of polio, which many of you may know is not a complete success story at this point in time, but the World Health Organization's official declaration of the eradication of polio was the last 50 countries that eradication of polio came from sewage monitoring to find the last cases they could in those countries. Many of those countries were in Africa, and there was not a healthcare infrastructure to test, to vaccinate a very disparate, sparse population, and in village communities that were, really not at all like much of what we are used to in the United States, where the healthcare system is doing a lot of the work in public health surveillance. Not the case there. So believe it or not, sewage was the key for polio for its worldwide eradication. There's just the last few countries that came up and are sort of colored on the map. And so you can see as it was, sort of disappearing, we're sort of working our way through countries that had less healthcare infrastructure to intercept patients. Okay, so if we fast forward from all of that to this pandemic that is winding down now, there for a long time, people thought, well, we must have a public health infrastructure in this country that is going to be able to rise to the task of helping us beat this particular pathogen, right? The SARS-CoV-2 virus, which causes COVID-19. Well, early on, there was a lot of things that happened in 2019 and 2020, but among them included sort of an inavailability of test supplies. And so it was very difficult to do testing early on. So the public health infrastructure in this country wasn't able to test people who were interested in knowing whether they might be infected. It was restricted only to symptomatic individuals. And then 2 months later, we would find out that there were asymptomatic infectious individuals, and that there were infectious periods before people develop symptoms, so pre-symptomatic people, and this idea that we could rely on the healthcare system as a first line of monitoring really was not a good idea, and it really didn't work very well, is the truth. And so we have been undercounting infection consistently for the entire pandemic. Most of it because of a set of assumptions that we would be able to find, these people as they come in to visit with their doctors and end up in the hospital, that we would test them and we figure out who's got the virus. And it just was a wide miss. And the alternatives, of course, are hard to imagine. To say, well, let's open up public testing everywhere all the time. And so that, that's going to be the way we're going to solve that problem. Everybody should be able to walk up their door and get a test, or get one mailed to them, or whatever it is. And then, we would find out that that's also really complicated. It's temporary and it's expensive. And so I just grabbed a headline a little bit ago. This headline could be for Kentucky, it could be for every state in the United States, that, at the end of the day, as a country, we are not going to invest in making testing available after December of this year, maybe into March. But most funds run out by December. I believe all of Kentucky has stopped public testing as of 2 months ago. Now you can maybe work your way into getting a test if you're symptomatic, but there's no longer any asymptomatic testing. So, it's making the point, it's complicated, it's temporary, and it's expensive. And so we maybe would benefit from having another way to figure out whether there are sick people in our community. And that way could be by, taking that chapter out of polio and cholera and typhus, and taking a look to see how useful it would be to sample the sewers. And the basic idea here is that when you're infected you have a COVID infection, you will shed some of that virus through your feces. And like I like to tell elementary school students, that everyone poops. Poop could be a pretty important tool for this pandemic, as well as many others. And not only things that come out in feces, but things that come through urine. And so I love to say, and I think the line has been ripped off, our sewers are the collective gut of our community. And so everything that's in your gut will probably end up in the sewer. And if we add up everybody's gut, we might get a sense of how the population is doing. And so, even polio has come back into the United States, even though there's no active polio surveillance program operating in the United States, because of the COVID applications of wastewater monitoring. We've now found one or two cases of polio in the United States. In fact, the state of New York has now declared a public emergency around polio because of the cases that they found in their sewers in New York City. So there's a lot of reason to believe that this is not a crazy idea, but rather maybe a very useful tool that we really didn't think that we needed. One of the other things that's important to know is early on in the pandemic, and this is in 2019, a paper was published out of Yale that showed that the wastewater levels of the virus preceded by 2 weeks what the healthcare system would see. So that means, as you see levels rise in the wastewater, 2 weeks later, admissions rise in the hospital, and admissions in the ICU rise, and ultimately deaths rise. And then as it falls in the wastewater, cases fall in the hospital, ICU use falls, and death falls. So that was very appealing to a lot of public health and healthcare people, because maybe I won't call it early warning in the sense that we'll be able to stop something necessarily, but early warning in the sense that we have a better picture of what the extent of infection is by looking here. Just to give a quick primer, there's lots of ways to collect the gut of all of us. One of them is to do what the gentleman on the left is doing, which is to literally dip a bucket into an active sewer pipe and take a sample. A slightly more sophisticated thing to do is to open a manhole and put in a tube that pulls a sample out every few minutes over 24 hours, so you can get a representative picture of a community over time, right? You get you increase the odds that everybody is participating in the sample when you do that. And then you can go to the wastewater treatment plant, which, and I know we've got some folks from MSD in the event today, a tremendous partner for us, real, obviously deep expertise in how these systems work. Well, at the wastewater treatment plants, and we have 5 of them here in Jefferson County, they have to do regulatory compliance testing for the Clean Water Act all the time to essentially demonstrate that they're not discharging anything dangerous into the waterways as they treat the sewage. And so there's an infrastructure there to go ahead and grab, to get samples. And that's a choice that many communities in the United States have made. And I'll tell you in a few seconds about why that might not be best as we want to understand environmental justice issues. There have been many different scales of testing. So I mentioned, you can get little samples, which you might get outside of a dorm room or, a nursing home. You might be able to get a line that comes out of a campus setting. So in the lower left, that's one of our Kentucky State prisons. The Department of Corrections has been monitoring wastewater in all 14 prisons for 2 years now. So that's a small scale, right? That's just it's probably several hundred people, maybe 1,000 people, but it's not your individual toilet, right? It's not a very, very tiny frame, but it's also not a big community kind of a frame. So what we've done a lot of here in Jefferson County is we've broken up the county into, think of it as multiple neighborhoods. So 10,000, 8,000 is sort of the lowest number of households in any catchment area that we've ever worked in, but goes up to 30,000, 50,000. And so you can see that we could get a flavor of how different parts of Jefferson County and those colored blobs, or those different, what we call sewer sheds, catchment areas, or you could go to those 5 treatment plants that I mentioned. And remember, all of these little areas in the middle ultimately feed into the big treatment plants. And so, we can have a sort of 2 shots at something sometimes. If we don't see it in the treatment plant, we might see it in the neighborhood. If we see it in the neighborhood, maybe over time we'll see it in the treatment plant. Just to give you all a sense of what we're looking at right now. So this is as of yesterday in Jefferson County for COVID. We have relatively high levels of infection in our community. You can see not quite as high as we saw, kind of back in July, and but as high as what we saw during the Omicron surge. So we have a lot of people who are infected in Jefferson County. The interesting thing about that, and by the way, this is how it's trended with case data that the city county gets. And so you can see the wastewater data in Jefferson County has tracked pretty neatly until recently, as we have a less lethal, less acute outcome. So, we have a lot of people who are infected and they're not in the hospital, thankfully. Many people who are infected today have been infected before or have been vaccinated. And so they are having less acute cases. So we have a lot of infected people who aren't as sick, which is a good thing, generally speaking. Now, I think we'd rather just have a lot of people who aren't infected, but if you're going to have something, this is the next best thing, I think. We also have been partnering with a group at Stanford looking at monkeypox virus just in the wastewater treatment plant in our partnership with MSD. No cases have been detected in the wastewater, though there have been cases that have been intercepted clinically. So there's some questions about how many cases you really need in the sewage before you can reliably indicate infection above ground. And then just to give you all a sense, you may know that we're back in the green according to CDC guidelines for COVID. And that is mostly because when the CDC updated their guidance, it's heavily weighted towards hospital activity. And a lot of the concerns have been, we don't want to overwhelm the hospital system. That's always been the story since the beginning of the pandemic. We want to make sure people who need care can get care. And so while we have a lot of infected people in Louisville, Kentucky, we don't have an overwhelmed hospital system. In fact, everything is in a pretty good place at this point in time. So there you get to see the difference between monitoring what we can learn about the community and its health, and perhaps what policymakers think is an important or not important kind of a problem. You should also know that we've been doing full genome sequencing of the virus that we recover out of the wastewater, and this colorful plot is the most recent analysis of the variants that are in different parts of our community. So here, just at the 5 wastewater treatment plants, which cover the entire county in different parts, you can see that we still have a lot of BA5 and a little bit of BA4, and there's nothing particularly scary on the horizon. And of course, we should all be happy and grateful for that, given the movie that we've all seen together of new variants popping up and displacing others and potentially having therapeutic implications or vaccination implications. We have been very fortunate that no disturbing mutations have occurred and taken hold in the world, and certainly here in Jefferson County. You might also be interested in the fact that we share our data through the state with the CDC. The CDC operates a national wastewater surveillance system. So you can see here a kind of a dot map across the United States of sewer systems that are tracking SARS, the COVID virus. If it's a reddish color, it's bad. If it's a bluish color, it's good. So you can see, the story changes kind of depending on where you're looking in the United States. There's no obviously consistent pattern at this point in time. We used to see something very east to west. We look in Europe and then we'd see it in the East Coast of the United States, and then we would see it here a little bit later. Those kinds of patterns haven't been evident since Omicron started. One thing to know in the spirit of environmental justice applications, one reason we took a look below the treatment plants is because we had a belief that we knew that there was different access to healthcare, different access to testing, different access to vaccination in different parts of our community, and that maybe we can understand a little bit about health equity and this particular virus if we were to be sampling it in tight enough scale so that we could show differences kind of between parts of town. Again, not like streets in neighborhoods, but groups of neighborhoods compared to other groups of neighborhoods. And I'll just quickly show you, this is proof. and we've shared this with thousands of other people. You know, if you just look at a treatment plant like Morris Forman, which is the dark purple box in the upper right, you can see, you know, in this particular story, you'd say, well, gosh, over time, you know, maybe it's gone up a little bit because I'm measuring Morris Forman and the virus is going up in this period of time. But if I were to look at two neighborhoods that contribute to Morris Forman, and one of the neighborhoods, you know, I've highlighted, the one that is in gray, you can see that's community site A. You can see that that one has gone through a tremendous growth in infection. And that one is 88% Black in population demographics. And yeah, the other one I can tell you is 20% Black or less. And so here we can see varying differences in health status by aggregating the sewage in the treatment plant. And so, you know, this has not been particularly popular nationally because there is additional cost associated with working outside of the wastewater treatment plant, out in the streets, out in the manholes. But, you know, if we really do feel strongly about the importance of health equity, we're, you know, going to have to challenge ourselves with understanding health, perhaps at a different geographic scale than what the United States has currently signed up to do. Now, there is another side to this coin, and I feel very obligated to tell you about it. So a lot of the work done in wastewater monitoring before COVID was really focused on substance abuse, very focused on opioids. And there was a brief period of time that Louisville participated in a project with Arizona State University looking at opioids. And, you know, this is a dashboard from the city of Tempe, Arizona, where they have been tracking opiate use for a very long time. And, you know, I guess I can just tell you probably what you all know as common sense, you know, areas that have high substance abuse issues maybe don't require sewage surveillance to figure that out. But maybe even more importantly, you know, COVID I hope has taught everybody an important lesson that, you know, once you know something, what will you be doing about it? And in the case of opiates, we won't participate in this kind of monitoring because the only thing at this moment our government agencies are willing to do is send law enforcement in. And, you know, I think we then have to think about, you know, that redlining conversation that we're talking about with mortgages. You know, if we have the ability to generate additional stigma, that's not going to be helpful. And so, you know, we as a matter of policy, at least at the University of Louisville, will not participate in drug surveillance because it's unimaginable that that's going to produce any good outcome for the neighborhoods that would be monitored. And so caused a big issue with us, with the university, with Arizona State. But, you know, I think we all have to really ask ourselves, are we helping, right? And this kind of a tool, you know, it's blind to those kinds of questions, right? It's just looking at chemicals. I just show you, we can, you know, you can also learn about smoking habits. So this is nicotine, very, very accurately. So you can get down to packs per day, reliable estimates in communities, just looking at the wastewater. One of the things maybe relevant to this group especially is we've just done some new work looking at metabolites of air pollution. And so, you know, one of the predominant air toxics in West Louisville and Rubbertown are these volatile organic compounds. And we've been working really hard for the last year and a half to come up with a lab method that we can identify urinary metabolites. So this is the only way this appears is if somebody has inhaled and processed in their own body exposure to that VOC gas, and then they've secreted it out in their urine. And so, you know, here we have two communities in Jefferson County, you know, community 1, community 2, and we have a whole panel of metabolites of exposure to different VOCs. And so we are very excited about this. We think this is nationally important. And, you know, we really hope to begin regular monitoring of this in 2023. We just received a renewal from the NIEHS, National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences, for our Superfund program. And we'll be working some of this into that project. So very excited about that as another tool in the toolkit for understanding air pollution and exposure to air toxics. And then also on the horizon for us is some work with PFAS, forever chemicals. You may or may not know that the Biden administration has declared these forever chemicals, Superfund chemicals, and they are now going to be regulated at very, 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 very low levels. All water systems in Kentucky are out of attainment for safe levels of PFAS. So we know that the sooner we can develop a way to understand where that exposure is and do something about it, the better. And so we think hunting in the sewers may be one way to understand where these PFAS gradients are. So we're going to start in Shepherdsville. That's not quite as big to put your arms around as Jefferson County, but I hope in partnership with MSD and the Louisville Water Company, we can use some of these tools for that as well. And on that, I'm sure I'm over time, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share this with you. A big thank you to all of the other people that do this work. I just mostly put together PowerPoints and talk to people, but all these hardworking people made this happen. So a big thanks to them. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Ted. And thank you so much, Natasha, for stepping in for me. I had to take just a little break there. So without further ado, our next speaker is the person you've been listening to here for a minute, and that is Dr. Natasha DeJarnette. And she's the Assistant Professor of Environmental Medicine in the Christy Lee Brown Environment Institute at University of Louisville. She is a lecturer at George Washington University. And Natasha is going to talk about climate change, health and equity, climate change and environmental justice. You're on.
Thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this amazing day and for allowing me to participate. So one thing that I want us to keep in mind as we think about climate change and health equity is that though it's a global phenomenon, and much of what I'll share with you is the national picture of it, climate change is experienced locally. And Larry described this very well earlier today, but we have massive flooding that we experienced earlier this summer in Eastern Kentucky. We have Louisville's fast growing urban heat island effect. We have drought in the West. We have vector-borne disease in the Northeast, sea level rise along the coast, and the list goes on. So I want you to consider that these differences can be felt by different geographic locations, differently in different population segments, and even by neighborhood, as we'll touch on today. But examining the justice aspects of climate change means that we can't just look at climate in its own bubble. Therefore, I want to point out that while I'll share with you about the multiple climate and health impacts we face, some are exacerbated by climate change. And then climate change can also confound our response to other threats. So consider 3 health emergencies. COVID-19, as we were just discussing. Also consider the racial reckoning, which certainly hit hard here in Louisville with the murder of Breonna Taylor, and then also consider climate change. And we've unfortunately seen numerous examples of climate events just in 2022 alone. It's already known that the rainfall from Hurricane Ian was 10% higher because of climate change. We had the deadly floods in Eastern Kentucky. We also, right before that, had an unprecedented destructive December tornado in Western Kentucky. Then think about Hurricane Fiona, which we were discussing right before Hurricane Ian that devastated Puerto Rico with power outages. All of these have affected health, and all of these are in the midst of COVID-19 and the racial reckoning. So Dr. Jalon White Newsom, one of my environmental health heroes and an environmental justice scholar, had this to say, connecting our 3 emergencies of COVID, climate, and the racial reckoning. Across the US, climate change and COVID-19 are playing out in tandem. The warming planet drives increasingly extreme weather, compounding the pandemic's impacts and complicating disaster response. At the same time, these dual threats have exposed the profound inequities that divide and weaken us. And so COVID-19 has laid bare health disparities in the US. Dating back as early as April 2020, we began to notice the differences in death rates, particularly for people of color and older adults. And this is fueled by determinants of health and systemic factors, racial disparities in housing, employment and education, and environmental exposures. Data from November 2020 demonstrates some of the lasting impacts of the COVID disparities, where certain populations demonstrated up to 4 times increased risk of contracting, being hospitalized for, or dying from COVID. And I wanted to share that with you because what I find interesting is that many of these same populations that have a greater risk of COVID also have a heavier burden of the health threats of climate change. And the threats are vast. I want to make sure it's clear that we are all at risk to the health threats of climate change. But there are some groups that are more susceptible to these health threats, and climate change can actually be a threat multiplier, exacerbating some of the inequities that these groups are already experiencing. For example, consider children. 88% of the global burden of climate change falls on children younger than 5 years old. 88% of the global burden falls on children younger than age 5. This is a generational justice issue. And they are uniquely susceptible for a number of reasons, including that their organ systems are still developing. So exposure during certain stages could have short or long-term consequences on their health. Also consider older adults. As you are well aware, older adults are more likely to have chronic diseases that may make them more susceptible to the health threats of climate change. Impoverished communities or communities of low wealth may lack the resources to support infrastructure updates or to recover quickly following an extreme weather event. And these areas also tend to have limited access to needed healthcare services. Further, communities of color are most likely to live on the fence lines of industrial polluters. The strongest predictor of where hazardous polluters are located is race. It's not income or other factors, but race. And people of color make up the majority of people that live within 3 kilometers of a hazardous waste facility. So I share with you these burdens faced by these populations because we cannot truly address climate change if our most vulnerable don't benefit from action. Therefore, we can't meaningfully address climate change without addressing justice. And I'll take that even a step further. I heard Peggy Shepard of We Act for Environmental Justice share that we can't have environmental justice without climate justice. So it's all interconnected and all needed. So even our most well-intentioned efforts to address climate change will be undermined if justice isn't at the center. So I'll briefly step through the health impacts of climate threats through the threats that you see here on the screen and share with you some of the populations that bear a heavier burden and some adaptation activities that are taking place across the US. So we all deserve clean air to breathe, but climate change is decreasing the quality of the air that we breathe. It's increasing carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere, and this is trapping heat and pollutants below like a blanket traps heat. So air pollution decreases our air quality. This extra trapped heat also reduces our air quality. And climate promotes drought conditions, which creates environments that are conducive to wildfires. And we're watching wildfire season out west. And how that is impacting air quality there and even here, as we understand that wildfire smoke can travel thousands of miles. The warmer temperatures are also resulting in a longer pollen season, and the research suggests that the increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is also increasing the intensity of the pollen. So we have a longer and more intense pollen season, which is bad news for allergy sufferers. And another allergen that we're exposed to is mold, which can result after flooding in our homes or schools or workplaces. So poor air quality is associated with increased risk of heart and lung disease. This intensifying pollen season increases the likelihood of allergy symptoms. And all of this together is more than just a nuisance. Both allergies and asthma increase the likelihood of school and workplace absences or even decreased productivity. There's a new paper that was published in the New England Journal of Medicine earlier this summer, actually, and it presents findings that every major organ system is adversely impacted by air pollution exposure. So consider children, communities of color, impoverished communities, and those on the fence lines. All of these groups bear a higher burden of exposure to poor air quality. But as I said, we can't just look at climate change in its own bubble. We're also experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic at the same time. So, and what we found is that cities that have higher air pollution, a 1 unit increase of fine particulate matter is associated with an 8% increase in COVID-19 mortality in cities across the US. And I just wanted to shed a little bit more light on disparities that are born by COVID-19. And to do that, American University researchers looked during the regulatory pause that occurred from March to August of 2020 to understand some of the relationship between air pollution exposure, COVID mortality, and disparities. So Dr. Claudia Prosecco and her team at American University shared results potentially linking air pollution and COVID mortality during the regulatory pause. And they found that during the regulatory pause, there were higher levels of PM 2.5 and ozone. They also found higher COVID deaths and found disparities, that this relationship was more striking in counties that had a higher percentage of African Americans. So this drove a hypothesis that counties with higher toxic releases also have higher COVID rates. But I don't want to leave you in the dark space. I give a lot of really negative, unfortunate health information. So I also want to share some things that are happening across the US and even here in our community that are helping our communities to adapt to the health impacts of climate change. So we have climate adaptation, but then also climate and health adaptation, where we're protecting communities from the health risk. So things that are occurring: testing air quality, also disseminating alerts and enforcing air quality regulation. There's also a great field of green infrastructure. Trees can be a strong strategy to help adapt to climate, not just trees actually, but green space. So one of our answers here at University of Louisville to protecting communities from air pollution is the Green Heart Project. And I am so appreciative that Dr. McCants teed this up very well by exposing the lack of trees and the inequitable distribution of trees in Louisville and how that's related to health outcomes. So our project is supported by the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences and the Nature Conservancy, among many other partners and the community. So often in an intervention study, you'll hear that there's a pill or a medical procedure that's the intervention. In the Green Heart Project, trees are the intervention. So we're planting trees and shrubs for healthier air, and we're examining health indicators and air quality levels before and after tree planting. And to our best knowledge, this is the only study in the nation that is examining and quantifying the health benefits of tree planting. So Green Heart, therefore, has the opportunity to establish roots as a healthier and greener neighborhood. So we started tree planting in October of 2021. We planted over 8,000 trees, and now we're looking to understand the health benefits. And so changing gears towards extreme heat, climate change has increased the severity, the frequency, and duration of extreme heat events. And this is especially concerning because heat is already the top cause of natural weather-related death in our nation. Extreme heat increases our risk of heat-related illness, including heat stroke, which can be deadly if not addressed quickly. It also raises our risk of heart and lung complications. Further, there are mental health impacts that include increased violence and aggression under extreme heat conditions, and extreme heat can even render inactive some psychotropic medications. So populations that are most sensitive include older adults, where they have more chronic disease, but also they experience more social isolation, so they may not be aware of heat alerts. Children spend more time outdoors. They don't really have the capacity to know when they've overdone it, need to cool off, come indoors, or get a cold drink. Communities of color and impoverished communities are more likely to live in urban heat islands, and the EPA has reported that urban heat islands can be 20 degrees hotter at night than surrounding areas. People that work outdoors, people in agriculture, people in construction also bear a higher burden when it comes to extreme heat exposure. There's much action that's taking place across the US to address extreme heat, and that also comes in the name of green infrastructure. So projects like our Green Heart study, one other aspect that we're investigating within Green Heart is to look at changes in temperature that might be related to increasing tree cover. But there's also education and dissemination of alerts to make sure those alerts are reached far and wide and that all have access to know that there's a heat alert. But then furthermore, we need interventions that can help people to be able to withstand, and cooling centers can be one of those. But the thing about the cooling center is to make sure that everybody can actually access and utilize the cooling center. Increased carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is increasing surface water temperatures, making the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events both more frequent and more extreme. We're seeing this right now as Hurricane Ian has made a couple landfalls here in the US. But if we look back to 2017 was a record-breaking year for hurricanes in the US, with Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria all making landfall in the US and all within about 6 weeks. Then insert 2020, we had so many named storms that we dipped into the Greek alphabet that year. And all of these were further complicated by COVID, where COVID complicates disaster preparedness. This puts more of a strain on our already strained healthcare infrastructure. So let's take a snapshot into Hurricane Harvey, actually, as a case study. The injustice with exposure to these storms lies in the recovery. So resource-rich communities can return to normal quickly. Meanwhile, communities of color and low-wealth communities in Houston were still working to rebuild a year after Hurricane Harvey, because the industrial area there was lower and in closer proximity to the communities of color and low-wealth communities. Insert redlining, racial segregation, as Sarah Lynn Cunningham pointed out earlier. They were far more susceptible when those industries flooded, leaving contamination to breach their water supply. And earlier this year, news broke that the Department of Housing and Urban Development acknowledged that there was discrimination against African-American and Hispanic residents in the allocation of flood relief money following Hurricane Harvey. There's much that's taking place in the name of extreme weather adaptation across the US. Again, COVID complicates disaster response, but what we know about extreme weather is that the earlier and further that people are able to evacuate, the better their mental health outcomes are. So ensuring evacuation access is an important aspect of extreme weather adaptation. So climate change is increasing flooding on one hand and increasing drought on the other. So when we have a heavy flooding event, this can cause our stormwater to overflow our sewer water system, causing contamination into our drinking water supply. One study reports that about half of waterborne outbreaks were preceded by a heavy rainfall event. And then with drought, we see impacts to agriculture like decreased crop yield and even decreased quality of the crops that we consume. And this can all be linked with malnutrition. So communities that have very close ties to the land, like indigenous communities or agricultural communities, they bear a higher social and economic burden of drought. And things that are being done to address these can include water quality advisory, as well as restricting development in flood-prone areas, as I'll show in a moment. But there are a number of populations that are adversely burdened by drought. I'll just name a couple here. Communities with those close ties to the land. Also rural communities, those that are reliant on small or private drinking water. They may be particularly at risk of limited water access through an ongoing drought. And then there's a growing body of evidence that drought exacerbates chronic illness like kidney disease, diabetes, and hypertension. And so things that are being done to address extreme precipitation, particularly flooding risk, as I pointed out, includes having water advisories and making sure those advisories are disseminated far and wide. Also having designs that better handle stormwater runoff, but also green infrastructure is helpful here as well, where trees or or plants with strong roots are also able to help absorb some of the water from flooding as well. And then lastly, vector-borne disease. So climate change is increasing the amount and geographic distribution of disease-carrying mosquitoes and ticks. So what we're seeing is that, well, I'll give you a more concrete example. From the years of 2004 to 2016, we have seen a tripling in vector-borne diseases here in the US, and that includes Lyme disease, West Nile virus, and Zika. So populations that are susceptible include pregnant people, where exposure to Zika virus during pregnancy can increase risk of microcephaly. Children spend more time outdoors, so they're more exposed, so they may bear a heavier burden when it comes to vector-borne disease as well. And then we have our communities of low wealth. Poor housing quality may include homes that don't have window screens or do not have access to air conditioning, and that can also leave you more exposed to vector-borne disease. And there's much that can be done. Public health professionals are educating physicians that they're going to see changes in vector-borne disease in their clinics. This example comes from Maine, where they've been educating physicians and also equipping them with information that they can hand to their patients to encourage them to wear insect repellent to cover the skin, to eradicate areas of standing water that might be havens for mosquito breeding. And then in public health settings, utilizing integrated pest management to better understand how these pests grow and thrive and where to actually interrupt in their life cycle. So as I close out, I just wanted to make sure it's clear that climate change doesn't only threaten our physical health, but our mental health as well. So exposure to extreme weather and floods can increase our risk of stress, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, and depression. Extreme heat or extreme weather can also increase risk of violence, suicide, and suicidal ideations. And extreme heat can even render inactive some psychotropic medications. With that, here's my contact information. I'm happy to take any questions that you'll leave in the Q&A, or you can reach out to me personally as shown here. Thank you so much for your time today.
Well, Natasha, I'm just still trying to breathe and trying to, kind of get into my head how much climate change really affects us, and I don't think we know it. Moving on, though, thank you so much, Natasha. The one thing I did not say when I introduced her is that she is on the board of the West Jefferson County Community Task Force. Just thought I'd throw that out. So let me introduce Dr. James Tidwell. He has a PhD from Mississippi State University. He's the chair of the School of Aquaculture and Aquatic Sciences at Kentucky State University, Frankfort, Kentucky. He served as president of the U.S. and World Aquaculture Society. Dr. Tidwell.
Arnita asked me to give a little more detailed overview of our program, so I'm going to give a few minutes of aquaculture, why it's important now, important in the future, how some climate change issues may affect the growth of aquaculture, and a little more detail about our program and some of the researchers and research that we do at Kentucky State University. A lot of people don't realize, especially in a landlocked state like Kentucky, that fish and seafood is actually one of the major sources, the major source of animal proteins and major source of protein for the human population. Most people in Kentucky would think of beef or pork or these days poultry, but worldwide it's seafood. And if you look at this graph, you can see the trends of those different protein sources and see that not only is seafood the largest source of animal protein for the human population, but actually the most rapidly increasing along with poultry. Beef and pork are both beginning to slow as far and even decrease in the case of beef. Fish provides about 20% of the human world's population protein sources. There's only two places we can get fish and seafood from, and that's either catch it from the wild or grow it in aquaculture on a fish farm. We have predominantly historically relied on capture fisheries as a source of fish and seafood. And because this is the blue planet, it's 3/4 covered in water, we tend to think that that's a limitless supply. However, humans are very good predators, and we found that the ocean's bounty is not limitless. We fished at least a third of the fish stocks, what we call fisheries, beyond sustainable levels, and actually decreased the populations of many of those stocks or fisheries from ocean fisheries or wild capture fisheries. That's expected to be made worse as we look at climate change and the FAO, the Food and Ag Organization, that looks at our ability to feed human populations in the future, how they anticipate and predict that capture fisheries will be affected by climate change in the future. Any of these little blue circles on the map are expected to be increases in yields from capture fisheries. Anything in red or pink is expected to be decreases. So you can see that the overall impact of climate change on capture fisheries is expected to be a large negative, and especially around regions where they rely very heavily on these fisheries, like off Southeast Asia and some of the coast of Africa. A lot of folks around here are not as familiar with aquaculture. The red line there is the production from capture fisheries over the past 50, 60 years or so. The blue line is the growth of aquaculture production. So you can see that about 2012, it was a 50-50 proposition. We were getting about as much fish from aquaculture as we were from capture fisheries, but now we get the majority of our seafood through aquaculture production, and you can see that line is still straight up. So it's predicted that every year the proportion of seafood produced from aquaculture rather than capture fisheries is only going to increase. In many ways, that's good news. Capture fisheries, as much as 40 to 50% of the total catch that's taken out by the boats is discarded or wasted between capture and the market. So almost half goes to waste. In aquaculture, we have a much more controlled chain between production and processing and distribution. There's very little waste in aquaculture production compared to capture fisheries. The other thing is how does aquaculture compare to the efficiencies of production of other protein sources? A lot of people don't realize that a large portion of the grain that's raised in this country, as far as corn and soybeans and row crops like that, doesn't go to feed people, it goes to feed livestock. Overall, worldwide, about 40% of the grains that are produced in agriculture go to make livestock feed. In the United States, about 70% of the row crops that we produce actually go to feed livestock rather than people. How do fish compare to other livestock as far as the efficiencies of production? These are the numbers of what we call feed conversion ratios. How many pounds of feed does it take to put a pound of gain on each one of these animals? In cattle, it takes about 10 pounds of feed to produce 1 pound of gain. Pigs, it's about 3.5. Chickens, it takes about 2 pounds. Fish, it only takes 1.5 pounds of feed to put a pound of gain on. And we have similar efficiencies in other important resources like water and protein and others. Fish are very, very efficient animals in terms of production. So let's talk a little bit about KSU and what we do there and why we do it. There in Frankfurt, just off main campus, is our KSU Aquaculture Center. We've got 33 research ponds, hatchery buildings, nutrition laboratory, histology lab, greenhouses, and that's where we do most of the research, not only for Kentucky, but actually for several of the surrounding states around us don't have aquaculture programs as big as Kentucky State. So in some ways, we're not only a statewide program, but even a regional program in terms of aquaculture research. Why is that important? Well, in the U.S. is the world's largest importer of seafood. Over 90% of the seafood that's consumed in this country is imported from other countries. So if you go to the fish counter at Kroger, there's about a 9 out of 10 chance that what you're looking to buy came from somewhere other than the USA. That contributes huge dollars to our trade deficit. We do export some. We just import a whole lot more. In the U.S. trade deficit in 2019 in seafood products was $17 billion with a B. One of my major concerns is food safety, that only about 2% of that imported seafood actually gets inspected by the FDA as it comes into our food supply. At KSU, we've been working on a lot of different species over the years. As Ms. Gadsden said, I came to Kentucky from Mississippi, Mississippi State. We worked a lot in catfish. So since I've been in Kentucky, we've tried to diversify our portfolio and move into some different species that grow well in our cooler waters and cooler temperatures. So we have a variety of species that we work with and continue to work with. And several of these have developed into fairly substantial commercial species over that time. Our specific research and researchers include genetics. Most of the fish and shrimp species that we work with have not been domesticated, have not been improved in terms of genetic selection. I'm not talking about genetically modified. I'm talking about just breeding for a better farm animal with faster gain and more disease resistance. So we think we can make a lot of progress in genetics of some of these fish and shrimp using molecular markers as selection tools to help us select faster growing species, more efficient strains of those species using those genetic tools. Dr. Boris Gamelsi leads this work. He came to us through Israel. He literally wrote the textbook for fish genetics in Russia before he moved to Israel and then to Kentucky. Dr. Noel Novello is also working in genetics. He's working specifically with tilapia. He's already, they've come up with a faster growing strain to produce in intensive indoor systems, which we're concentrating more on these days. Dr. Novello actually got his master's with us at KSU and went to LSU and got his doctorate and has come back and is on our faculty now. He's our newest faculty member. We're not only working on new species, but new production systems. Dr. Ken Simmons is working on what we call in-pond raceways. It's a way to use existing ponds for aquaculture production without the construction cost of building a new pond. use an existing farm pond, but intensify the production to commercial densities using flow-through systems and these big, basically floating cages with water pushed through them by different pump devices. We call them in-pond raceways. He's primarily right now working with catfish and largemouth bass in those systems. We talk about most of that seafood being imported. Dr. Andrew Ray is working on indoor production of Pacific white shrimp. We've got a number of the producers actually coming online around Lexington primarily so far, but they're able to produce a crop of that size of shrimp, a large to a jumbo, in about 100 days from a small seedling going into those ponds. Much less waste. You see a lot of things about wild caught. Well, for every pound of shrimp that's harvested from the wild, the fishermen kill about 10 pounds of other species, what we call bycatch. Again, this is a much lower impact as far as affecting other species, as is done when the big trawls are pulled to catch shrimp from the wild. This is production aquaculture. So a big part of what we do is we're trying to grow the biggest fish the fastest for the least amount of money. We're turning feed into flesh. We're all the time looking for new ingredients, lower cost or more efficient ingredients to go into those. So that some of the things we've been working on in recent years is working with Alltech and University of Kentucky, looking at algae meal as a protein source. We've worked on black fly, soldier fly larvae, insect meals. We've worked on for 25 years the use of distillers byproducts. And they actually are very good fish feed ingredients. Up to 30 or 40% of the total diet can be made up of DDGS, distillers, dried grains with solubles. And because of some of the solubles part is basically the yeast acts as a probiotic. So we actually get better growth and survival when we include distillers grains in the feeds. Some of my own research has been looking at largemouth bass as a crop. Catfish goes in a wholesale price of about $1 a pound. Largemouth bass go for $6 a pound. So this is requires no processing plant. They're primarily going to Asian markets where they're sold live. So this is probably our largest cash crop in Kentucky right now, with a big producer down around Bardstown. Another area that we've been doing quite a lot of work is aquaponics. This is what we would call a controlled agriculture environment. Several people have talked about some of these forever chemicals. They wash into our waterways. It's a concern for the fish that come out of those waterways. So it's important for us to be able to produce our fish in a controlled environment where we know that those contaminants are not included in the water going into them. Aquaponics allows us to produce 2 crops at the same time using the same water and the same feed input. We only feed the fish. The fish waste feeds the plant crops, and the plant crops clean the water back into the fish. So we produce 2 crops, fish and vegetables, using the same water and the same nutrient input. Most of this early work was done in the Virgin Islands. A lot of what we're doing is trying to figure out how to adapt those technologies to our cooler climate, where we have to go indoors, probably under lights, to be able to produce year round. So we talked about how efficient the systems are, and actually aquaponics is one of the most nutrient and water efficient systems that's been devised so far. we've got to get the energy costs down. It's kind of like moving into electric cars. We've got some further research to do, but as far as nutrient and water efficiency, it's about the best system anybody's come up with so far. So when we produce that efficiency graph now on top of the 1 pound of fish that we produce for a pound and a half of feed, we also get a fish and 4 heads of lettuce for that same pound of feed going into the system. Ms. Gaston felt like that they would be probably the most interest in aquaponics, so I wanted to include this. This is a manual. It's a 76-page aquaponics manual that we've put together. That the how-tos, the whys, some design aspects, small commercial systems, but also backyard systems. This is available on our website. You can download it for free, and it takes you all the way through the process of understanding how this all interacts to how to design and build your own system. And like I said, it's available for a free download. And that covers what I set out to cover. Our website for the manual or any questions on any type of species or any type of production system is KSU Aquaculture, all one word, .org. You can also click through and email any of the researchers or myself if you have specific questions to follow up on there. So.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tidwell. Did I see any bluegill on there? I was just asking.
In the big scatter shot of all the species, there was a bluegill on there.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's one of my favorites.
Yep.
But thank you so much, Dr. Tidwell. I think that this is really something great for us to know, especially in our state, that we have a university that is really known for this and doing such a great job. So thank you once again, Dr. Tidwell.
You're very welcome.
The next speaker is Rachel Hamilton. She is an attorney and director of Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control District. And I wrote this down. What is the APCD odor regulation 1.13 implementation, control of objectable odors, enforcement actions, and the importance of community odor reporting.
Thank you very much, Arnita. We're very glad to have been invited to speak today. Before I get started, I do want to note that here in Louisville, as you've heard this morning, that the Air Pollution Control District is a bit different than our state counterpart. We can be more stringent, of course, than the state and federal programs. And our strategic toxic air reduction program is a really good example. And without the work of the West Jefferson County Task Force in the early 2000s, and many other partners, including Dr. Adewale Troutman, the district would not have been able to develop that STAR program. It was actually implemented by our board in 2005, and that seems like a really long time ago. I just want to assure everyone that STAR is a do for the district. It's not a did. It's something that we do every day, and it shows up in our air monitoring data, and it shows up in our compliance with those national ambient air quality standards. Our area currently meets and exceeds the national ambient air quality standards for all 6 of the criteria pollutants. Really happy about that. We're expecting redesignation from US EPA for the 2015 ozone standard here shortly, and we'll let folks know when that's been approved at the federal level. Recently, folks may have become aware that odors from MSD's operations have impacted a pretty wide spread of Louisville residents, especially those who live west of 9th. So I'm going to start with an overview of our air APCD regulation 1.13, which is our odor regulation, and point out a couple of really important things, including the reg, how we implement and enforce those regulations with both regulated entities and MSD. So it's pretty straightforward. You may have heard earlier that the district has been here for about 70 years. We did start as something called the Smoke Commission. And this regulation really incorporates some of the basic elements of what we call public nuisance law. No person shall emit or cause to be emitted into the ambient air any substance that creates an objectionable odor beyond the person's property line. Then comes, how do we implement that? So an odor will be deemed objectionable when a documented investigation by the district includes this as a minimum: observation on the odor's nature, intensity, duration, and a location, and evidence that that odor is causing injury, detriment, nuisance, or annoyance to persons or the public. And again, that really harkens back to that early public nuisance law. On our website and here through this link, you'll find a copy of our APCD odor investigation procedures, where our compliance officers, a group of 4 of the hardest working folks here in APCD's Office of 55 environmental engineers, scientists, and other professionals, who actually go out in the field in response to the complaints that the public provides. So let's talk about what happens when we have a complaint from the public about an objectionable odor. There are lots of stinky odors out there. They can come from animal operations, livestock hauling, even food processing and tanning. Sometimes those odors are a little bit unusual. We're all familiar with Swift. We've seen trucks pass us on the highway. Those odors we know about. But even something like coffee processing, which often can smell good, can also be objectionable. Wastewater treatment plants and catch basins may emit sewage odors. There can often be objectionable odors from industrial related operations, including landfills, chemical manufacturing, and even distilleries. You get a fair amount of odors just from nature that can include composting. If you've ever been working out in your yard and opened up a bag of damp mulch or opened up your compost heap, you'll get odors from that sometimes. Forest fires are another source. Vehicles are a large source of air pollution, and they too may emit odors. And then finally, there's just a whole slew of other things. Restaurants, spray paint, and other things that may be illegal, like a meth operation. We're going to talk a little bit at the end here about how to report odors, but if you believe that an odor is coming from an illegal operation, such as a meth lab, we strongly encourage you to dial 911 first before you report that to the district. When a person makes a report of an odor to the district, from whatever source it comes in, we log that into a database, and where appropriate, we share that with other responsible agencies. And that may include MSD or even the Public Health Department. That complaint is assigned to a compliance officer. They go out in the field, and because we're here in Jefferson County, our COs can be anywhere in a very short period of time. They make those necessary observations as required by our rule. They go out and absolutely stand in the field and observe the nature, intensity, duration, and location of those odors. When they return to the office, they document their finding. So we keep logs of their observations. They may refer a matter to enforcement, or they may continue that investigation for additional surveillance. I really want to talk about that last step. Odors can be quite fleeting. If someone makes a report of an odor and we go out in the field and we don't observe it, but we continue to have reports of that odor, we'll add that complaint's location to our regular surveillance. And we'll go periodically by that area without having to have a complaint from the public. So that allows us to observe it at a lot of different hours. Those complaints that we see as recurring complaints, those are incredibly important to us because we recognize that we aren't here 24 hours a day. When you make a report of an odor and we don't observe it, but it keeps coming up, we're able to dedicate resources to it after hours. And in fact, with this recent spate of odor complaints from the sewer system, our COs have gone out after 5 p.m. and before 8 a.m. on several occasions to be sure that we're observing what people are reporting to us. Okay. So a wise social scientist has observed that the human mind is a story processor. It's not a logic processor. And so trying to take our complaint information and really make this more transparent, not just for APCD, but for the affected community, for others who are responsible for odors, for others who are responsible for policy. We've put together a monthly report that's available on our board's webpage. This will bring you information about any nuisance complaint that includes open burning and dust. There'll be a brief summary of the complaint, the district's response to that complaint, and then those next steps. That may be a no action necessary, no problem was observed, a warning letter or a referral to enforcement, or we're adding that to an ongoing investigation for continued surveillance so that you can see what steps APCD has taken in response to your complaint. Do want to be clear, if you include your contact information in your complaint, our compliance officers, when they return to the office, will make every effort to call you back and talk with you. Complaints can be made anonymously, and we understand that, but just understand we won't be able to call and speak with you, but you'll be able to monthly access this report and see what actions we've taken to assist you. Step outside here a minute and just say, if you haven't signed up to receive notices from APCD yet, I strongly encourage you to do so. There's a WUFU forum on our website. It's easy to do, but each month you'll get an agenda for the Air Pollution Control Board, and they include for you an opportunity to speak with them each month, just as a standing opportunity on their agenda. And Arnita, in fact, often comes and takes advantage of that opportunity. But you'll also get notices of action taken by APCD, including our permitting and enforcement decisions. So please consider signing up with us and staying aware of the work that we're doing. That report that I showed you is very static. It's a monthly report of what happened. This is a little bit different. This is another way that you can look at complaints and their disparate impact across Louisville Metro. This is an active dashboard. The data in it, however, is static. We're updating this on a quarterly basis. Right now, our system that we use for logging complaints isn't quite as flexible as we'd like it to be. And so we have to build this dashboard kind of manually at this point, but it will be updated on a quarterly basis. Just like that report, here you can see the report of the odor or other nuisance issue that was reported to the district, the results of the district's investigation, but you can look at those across the city and do a lot of comparison here. We think this is a pretty powerful tool that's valuable for understanding, again, odor impacts and their disparities across the city. So we are a regulatory agency. That is part of our role here in Louisville. If as a result of our odor investigation, we establish that the facility doesn't meet the provisions of Reg 1.13, and that includes observing the odor's nature, intensity, characteristic, and so on, and evidence of its injury to the public. That's where we really need your assistance. To some extent, our odor reg talks about injury, detriment, nuisance. When you report to us that it made you feel bad, or that you couldn't enjoy your porch or open your windows, that helps us satisfy that statutory and regulatory requirement for documenting an odor violation. We appreciate that. We use that to prepare a notice of violation. The notice of violation includes a letter explaining our process, a report that details our investigation and our finding, penalties, if any are assessed, and compliance requirements. I want to step back and say that our first order of business is requiring a company to take measures to stop the odor. So compliance is really key. We want to do that before we even finish the paperwork on the NOV letter, because that's the mitigating strategy that needs to happen. So the way APCD's regulatory work takes place is our board, our regulatory authority, has to approve any settlement that exceeds $5,000. They have to hold a public hearing, which takes place generally during their regular monthly board meeting. So again, another reason why I really encourage you to sign up to stay in touch with APCD. That agreed board order may include a penalty and, if necessary, compliance measures. If we can't reach settlement, then go to an administrative hearing, or we go to court as appropriate. So I'm going to give you a couple examples here and talk about one in particular in a little more length. So at one end of the spectrum, we have a private company, Swift, where we've issued them multiple notices of violation. These date back to a settlement from 2017. At the time, the civil penalty there was $124,000 because it covered a wide variety of instances over a long period of time. It also had compliance requirements, quarterly audits, third-party review of rendering and scrubber operations among those that were included in their agreed board order. There's a link where you can see that agreed board order. You'll find a multi-year compendium of our agreed board orders on our board's webpage. And for more recent actions on our enforcement page, you can actually go through and see the notices of violation as they're issued. At the time that this enforcement action was taken, we ultimately ended up filing an administrative action. It was subsequently settled. Since then, we've filed a second petition for administrative hearing, and that's linked on our enforcement's status report that we give to the board each month. And you can find that petition link there. Let's spend a little bit more time here on MSD. So MSD is a little bit different. They are a critical part of our community's public health and public safety infrastructure. They keep the sewage out of our streets and homes. They protect us from the floodwaters of the Ohio River. That said, they are saddled with a collection system that often emits odors. And in the summer of 2017, in conditions much like we've experienced recently, hot, dry, late August, there was a spate of odor complaints west of Night that in lieu of a civil penalty, we completed a settlement agreement with MSD that's ongoing. As part of that, we asked them to focus on those odors west of Night and really dig in and identify why we're seeing odors there in the collection system. And for those of you who are on the call, Louisville is not unlike many cities of its age in that our collection system, as Justin mentioned this morning, takes in both rainwater and sewage water. It's called a combined stormwater sewer system, handles both of them. And generally it does so quite well. But when it gets hot and dry, wastewater flow really drops off. The biological processes that typically happen at Morris Foreman are happening in the streets in front of our homes and businesses instead. What MSD has done is they've developed an odor control webpage. And I'm sure that Damon and Robin Birch, who's also on this summit this morning, they'll talk about that in detail. But on their odor control page, you'll find that MSD was required to put together their cleaning schedule and publish how often they'll clean the catch basins, which serve basically as a trap to keep odors within the collection system. They were required to go through and evaluate the integrity of the collection system, because if the catch basins in a particular area, Park Duval, for example, are in poor repair, they'll emit odors into the neighborhoods. You'll find that assessment in those odor control technical memos that are linked here. And then a very detailed and quite interesting odor control master plan interim final report from Morris Foreman that is also available on their website. They have a monthly odor complaint report, much like our complaint report, posted to their website in an archive. So again, people can see what's happened with their complaint and what action MSD has taken. And finally, we also asked them to hold a series of community meetings to hear from the community most impacted by odors in their neighborhood. They've held 4 meetings and they will be holding a 5th, and I'm sure they'll share the date of that upcoming meeting with you in their presentation. So I'm going to skip forward here and just touch on how you report odors. If an odor is affecting your immediate health or safety, please dial 911. And that is because we have some amazing professionals here in our community. Those are our first responders, and they are trained to be sure that that odor that may be causing you discomfort isn't one that requires immediate mitigation. You can report odors to APCD by calling us, by reaching us through our website. We have an online form. You can call Metro Call 311 or use the Smell My City app. We get those reports directly they come directly to us, and we treat them as a complaint as if you'd made them in any other media. And we truly appreciate your continued help in understanding the odors that you're experiencing in your neighborhood. We don't have any technology that is as sophisticated at discerning odors as your nose. Unfortunately, we can smell odors at levels well below we have equipment to detect them at. So again, we appreciate your help. When you report odors to us, if you can let us know what you're experiencing, time, location, duration. It's been going on for weeks. The nature, it smells like sewage. We'll take any description you can give us, a likely source if you know what it may be, and then its impact on you. Is it impacting your health? Is it impacting the way you use your home? I can't sit on my porch or open my windows. And then if you'd like, please include your contact information and we will reach back out to you. My contact information, you can reach me through this number. And I truly appreciate your all's interest in our work. With that, Arnita, back to you.
Well, what can I say? Thank you so much, Rachel. I think that that's very important, especially now because of, the odors we've had in the very past. So thank you so much for making that presentation. Let's move right along. Our time is getting short here. Damon Talley. Damon, you are on here, right?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay.
That's going to be a hard act to follow. You could have gave my MSD presentation for me.
Okay, well,
So here we go.
tell them a little bit about you. You have a bachelor's in chemical engineering from U of L, treatment facilities, oversees operations of 5 water quality treatment centers and oversees odor control and biosolids. Now, Damon, there you go.
So good afternoon. Thank you for having us. So for the most part, this will be just a quick run through, touch on some topics with regards to what MSD, one, what we do, give a quick explanation of the combined sewer system and what we're responsible for. I'll share my screen in a minute, just a couple of topics we'll touch on this September compared to 2019 when we got our notice, NOB from APCD and entered into our agreement we created the Clarity program, which is our Louisville MSD odor program. And I'll try and share that screen too. So bear with me. So first off, MSD is responsible for all wastewater treatment, flood protection, stormwater, drainage for the Jefferson County area. Recently, starting last year, we've reached out in terms of regionalization. We now have an additional 8 wastewater treatment plants in Oldham County. We have 8 plants in Bullitt County and are responsible for the operations of biosolids and wastewater in those 2 counties, along with the 5 regional plants. 5 regional plants here, of course, are Morris Forman, the largest one in the combined sewer system. Treats anywhere from 60 to 100 million gallons a day during dry weather, can treat up to 350 during wet weather. Derrick Guthrie, which is southwest Jefferson County, Cedar Creek, off of Bargetown Road, Floyd's Fork, right in the parklands of Floyd's Fork, and Hike Creek, northeastern part of Jefferson County, up against Oldham County, serves that area. So initiative updates. So let's start with this month, September of 2022. Let's start, real quick. So for the month of September, we have had, 332 odor complaints in all of Jefferson County. So this has been a unique month. And I think one thing I'll say is I think our community meetings, as Rachel mentioned, and I think a recent story that ran on the news locally has helped get folks more involved. And I'll say this, of those 332, I've seen them in every zip code: 402-401, 402-11, 402-10, 40058, 402-16, 14, Portland, Taylor Berry, Park Duval, California neighborhood. We've gotten odor complaints from all over the county. So one of the things with our odor control plan and our program is we were required to start in Park Duval. Let me start there by saying the work that has been completed. The catch basins have been repaired in Park Duval. We have moved on to California neighborhood. We have inspected over 900 catch basins in California neighborhood. There are 71 that will need to be repaired. We're now in the phase of updating, going through and determining what work needs to be done. One thing I want to talk about is from a financial standpoint, in Park Duval, each catch basin averaged $20,000 to repair. So going into California, we're talking 71, and they'll average about the same amount. One of the things is we've gotten lucky, and we've gotten some money that will come from Congressman Yarman's office to help with these repairs. And while we're doing that, we've already inspected over half of the catch basins in the Chickasaw neighborhood. After that'll be done, we will then move on to Shawnee and Taylor Berry. So September 2022 has been an excessive amount of odor complaints. So rain-wise, let's go back to 2019, that year when we got our NOV. Rain in Jefferson County was 0.07 inches for the whole month. It was the driest September on record. And for this September, I think we've had, this has been just a little over an inch. This is our 3rd dry September on record in Jefferson County. So they, of course, are higher in the combined sewer area. So to touch on that, for those that may not have attended any of our community meetings or when I presented at West Jefferson County Community Task Force, is combined sewers take in stormwater and sanitary wastewater from our homes. During dry weather, they'll all go into the sanitary sewage will go into the pipe, will be conveyed to Morris Forman for treatment. During storm events, stormwater will mix. It will allow so much of it to go to the plant to be treated. We now have a number of basins: Shawnee Basin, Logan Street Basin, Portland Basin, and now the tunnel is in service, been in service since June. We can divert flow to those, so we do not have CSOs as part of our consent decree. By the time we're done with our consent decree, we have to capture 98% of all stormwater and treat it. So that's been a unique task for us, and the new tunnel will capture 55 million. So again, once the storm event is passed, all of that will be conveyed. So that's where we do play a vital part in the community with from a health standpoint. But again, what happens is when we're not in the rainy season or the winter season and we're in these hot, dry months, you get these odors, that rotten egg sewer smell that you get. And so with that, you have the lack of rain, low velocities in sewer cause excessive amount of odors. So I talked about a normal year, we should get 3.61 inches of rain in September. This year, 1.53. And the biggest thing is 0.38 since September 5th. So third dry since 2010. So no rain equals slower water flow in the sewer. Our sewer lines in a combined sewer range in size from 8 inches up to 27-foot diameter sewer, southwestern outfall. So some of those larger sewers, when you have low flow, can cause that issue for that hydrogen sulfide to build up. So catch basins, untrapped, damaged, or even dry catch basins. So let's start with Park Duval. Park Duval, we've still had a number of odor complaints this year, even though we have corrected all of those catch basins that were damaged. But that goes back to, again, the way Park Duval was configured with, we have separate catch basins that come back together downstream to go to Morris Foreman. So again, they've been extremely dry. I know vented manhole lids. So let's talk about those. We talk about the different sizes of our sewer system pipes. One of the things, if you've been in Louisville long enough in years past, when we have heavy rains or rains come down really fast, you've probably witnessed a manhole that this pressure builds up in the sewer, it can cause a manhole to pop. So there are certain areas due to those potentials, there are vented manholes. So again, when it's dry, you can get odor from the vented manholes. And not only do we have in the combined sewer system, when you think of the West End, and a lot of us, you have access to your alley, to your garage, or the back of your yard, your driveway, there are catch basins in the alley too. So you may not have one directly in front of your house, but there may be one in the back. Pump stations, let's talk about pump stations. Of course, we're responsible for flood protection. There are 16 flood pumping stations, Starkey, one of the main ones downtown, 4th Street, 34th Street pump station. Again, pump stations, and even out in a separate system, I'll talk a little bit about real quick with regards to the odor complaints we're getting out there. There is opportunities as you go from a force main to a gravity sewer, and also a pump station. If, again, low flow, dry weather, it's moving slower. And then talk about an area out there that we got an email and call about. Odor seemed to only happen at 6 o'clock, 6 to about 8, a little later. And one of the things you got to think about during the day when everyone's gone, and this area has gravity and force mains, when everyone's gone for the day, low flow, when you come home that evening, preparing dinner, kids are home, everyone, as you start to add flow, it starts to churn up that smell. You can have that hydrogen sulfide, that rotten egg smells. And also in a separate sewer system, you still have catch basins on the curb that go directly to a stream. And when they go directly to a stream, the difference in the combined system is we can go through and we can flush those sewers. Whereas in a separate sewer system, those catch basins go directly to a stream. We can't use chlorinated water. So what I've put up here, as you can see, is a map. So what we did was we mapped the odor complaints for September, and we call them the hot spots. So where you see the red is where we have a congregation of odor complaints. And what we tried to do was break them out to 3 smaller maps so you can kind of see some of the areas and kind of see the focus. So if you can see the red, it's all over the place. Even the small light blue ones, they're not as red, but as you go out beyond the Waterson Expressway, you can see there are odor complaints throughout the city. Let's focus on the one up to your top left, where you see that down in that Park Duval area, a number of odor complaints. Again, it's dry sewers, and again, their unique configuration of separate back to combined sewer systems. If you come down to the map just below you, you'll see that area is right along downtown. We've seen a number of complaints pick up around Lee Street, 5th Street area. We have a small lift station there that we've gone out and investigated. When we've gotten calls, we try to look at the assets that are in the area. When we get the Smell My City emails, we'll look at those, and if we see catch basins or we see pump stations, we'll go investigate and see. I know one of the things we're doing is we have the past couple of days, and we'll probably do them for a few more days. We've been filling up a couple of our basins, Logan Street Basin and Shawnee Basin. We've been filling them up with city water and hopefully adding a little granular chlorine to help maybe get that flush through. But really the big thing we're going to need is rain. So what can you do? As I think Rachel mentioned a little bit about it, and I'm going to try and switch screens here in a minute to go and run through the website. But what we can do is we're going to inspect catch basins for damage. We're going to clean and flush catch basins if we have the ability in the combined system. As I mentioned, we're going to inspect those pump stations, water quality treatment centers. You know, what we're working internally with our customer relations group to make sure we come up with the right scripts, make sure we start to get those customer complaints to the right departments that can go and address those immediately and try to get some relief for our customers. You know, what you can do is you can call us. You can go to our website. You know, we're there. We have customer relations 24/7. And I'll say this, sometimes you'll call and we've had people call and say, well, I went straight to voicemail. Well, there are only so many and calls roll over. Think of any time you call LG&E if power's out. You may not get through immediately the first time, but I would say keep calling. So I'll start here and then I'll flip over screens, but this is our clarity program, smell something, say something. So let me see if I can stop sharing this one. And then I'm trying. All right, can you see this? So here's our Louisville odor control page. You can see right here, you can report an odor to MSD. Let's click through it real quick. You know, here you can fill out a survey that will help us determine the location. Gotta be able to get back. So that page, like I said, it'll take you directly to there as you scroll down. Odors inside your home. You can, again, how to identify odors inside your home or business. We talk about adding water to the drains can prevent sewer odors. It was interesting. I saw Smell My City the other day, and the customer reported that it seems like it's coming through my drain in the basement. So I would say, especially in a combined system, those drains in your basement and the west end are connected directly to our sewers. And you can go down there and pour a little water down there for that trap in the basement. Odors outside your home. Again, water quality treatment centers, pump stations, catch basins. Well, here's our numbers. Again, you can fill out that form. So again, you know, we want to be good stewards in the community. We've developed this program. We work with APCD, the Smell My City app. When they contact us, you know, we try to address complaints in a timely fashion in those areas. So, you know, one of the big things, again, we're hoping here in the next few weeks, we'll get some rain to help flush the sewers. But that right now is the biggest issue with the odors. I'll say this, I was in Cincinnati earlier this week for a conference, and I was downtown walking. And as I stood there on the curb over a catch basin, got that rotten egg smell. I was just down in Nashville yesterday with my daughter visiting a university just south of downtown, and right where I was sitting at outside, the weather was great. There was a catch basin right there, and you got a faint smell. So it's, I think Rachel mentioned, I'll say this, anything east of the Mississippi is usually your larger urban areas, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville, are combined sewer systems, and they're experiencing these same issues. I was speaking with a peer in Cincinnati, and we're going to do some collaboration together, find out some of the things they're doing to address odors. But he says that's a big issue for the inner area, downtown area of Cincinnati. So with that, I'll turn it back over and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
All right. So now that we've talked about odors and we know everything that we need to know about odors, we want to move to Mr. Beckett. I asked Mr. Beckett to come on because I wanted to highlight one of the, we always, talking about everything in general. I wanted to highlight one of our neighborhoods and some of the activities that were going on. And Park Hill is one in particular that we don't even hear a lot about unless there's something bad going on. But even then, we don't hear a lot about it. So Mr. Beckett is the managing partner and co-founder of the Reland Group. And he's going to talk about shaping the neighborhood, beginning with the end in mind.
Well, thank you again, Arnita, and it's been a pleasure to be part of this 2022 Environmental Justice Conference, listening to some of the brightest minds in our city on the forefront of these areas that are of great concern. And so I am ridiculously humbled to be in that company. But I will tell you all that a little bit about my journey here and into this Reland. I was born about 5 minutes before Dr. Martin Luther King was pronounced dead on April 4th, 1968. My mom used to tell me that it meant something. And for most of my life, it just meant that everybody remembered my birthday. But in 1999, when I moved back to Louisville after law school, we started the Urban League Young Professionals under Ben Richmond's leadership here in Louisville. And I was starting to understand my purpose. And we started the organization because we just felt that many of us younger Black professionals with a degree or two on the wall just weren't doing enough in our Black and brown communities, specifically at the West End. And while we did a few good things, ultimately, when I left and our family moved for Winston-Salem, I felt like we just weren't courageous enough. And so 20 years later, on April 7th, in 2019, I was invited by my mother to attend a dedication luncheon at Simmons College to highlight the home of the first African-American professor at U of L. Folks like Raul Cunningham, who I believe is on here, Cheryl Bryan Hamilton, Daryl Owens, who we just lost recently, and other very prominent both faith-based nonprofit and Black leadership were there. And when I left, I broke down crying, and my mom said, "Why are you crying?" And I said, all the work that these folks in this room have been doing, and I look at the state of our city. Now, remember, it is April of 2019. And I just felt like I wasn't doing enough. These folks have been dedicating their lives, and I felt like God had given me very broad shoulders to manage quite a bit. And so that spring, I got together with 3 of my friends, and we started talking about how we could create generational transformation in the West End. And we started Reland Group. In August of 2019, I was at the Leadership Louisville Luncheon, where we had invited Sylvester Turner, the mayor of Houston, to come. And he talked about how he was moving Houston, who had gone through all kinds of environmental challenges and natural disasters. And he would tell people, we are not here to be incrementalists. We're here to transform. And little did I know that in less than a year, this issue of needing to transform would become even more apparent in our city. All right, let's see if we can advance here. There we go. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to walk you through what Reland Group believes will be a generational transformation in a couple of neighborhoods, Park Hill and Algonquin, that we don't hear much about, and how we're walking with community to do so. Our overall philosophy is to address the causes of the numerous disparities in our Black and brown communities and the systemic racism that's been woven into these most vulnerable communities. To do so, we must begin planning with the end in mind. In other words, what we mean by that is we cannot hope that other critical aspects, pieces needed for communities to thrive will just happen. We have to make them happen. While our city arguably is very philanthropic, we have been addressing symptoms and not the causes. Make sense? One of the greatest fallacies in our city is that we can become a first-class city that attracts a new workforce, new companies, that can hold itself out as a compassionate city if we just keep building in the core of downtown and out east. Our West End is not only, it's not directly attached to the success of the city and its ability to grow. I would argue it is the most important area of our city that will be the catalyst for growth and prosperity. As our West End goes, so goes the city. And while I love going to the Omni Hotel and Nulu and Norton Commons, and a whole bunch of other things, our city still continues to languish on so many levels. The founders of Reland, we are a certified minority urban planning and design company put together to do the hard. Begin with Chris Posey, who's an urban planning specialist, HUD and federal regulation guru, Tariq Nally, who runs a human-centered design company, Sai Safi, who's a civil engineer who builds and designs environmentally sustainable and regenerative homes and spaces for all of his career, and myself, a recovering corporate lawyer and commercial guy. And while I'm a managing partner, I get great support and help in this space. And I focus a lot of my time on putting critical pieces together that help neighborhoods and people both believe there is hope, but actually feel power, which I'll get back to in a second. We also have, you see on the screen there, Nenda Lench, who is a developer out of New York, running a company somewhat similar to Reland, who has many, many years of development experience and has been helping us as an advisor. And Carla Deering, who did a short run as mayor, is a financial person who has really helped us in connecting financial resources and thinking about how we structure finance, and most importantly right now, helping with our incredible grants that we've received, which again, I'll talk about in just a second. Reland's greater mission is to leverage the private sector and connect those resources and intentionality into our communities. We believe neighborhoods can be designed to be healthier. We believe they can be designed to stay affordable, that people can stay in their neighborhoods, have ownership beyond just in a house. Imagine owning a portion of a $20 million building, and to ultimately break the causes of poverty and the opportunity impediments. But you can only really do that when you put power in the hands of the neighborhood. We believe that our neighborhoods deserve it all of it. Green space, trees, parks, 22nd century design schools infused with the neighborhood and focused on solving gaps in equity around education. Food, right? As we heard earlier, we don't have a food desert. We have a food apartheid. There's nothing wrong with the soil. What's wrong is the intent. If there's nothing in the legislature that prevents food from being prevalent across the West End, then it can only be one thing, and that's racism. We see a truly mixed use and mixed income environment, but as you'll see shortly, a culturally restorative and rich environment built and designed by the people who live in the neighborhood. Of course, there is a big delta between courage and conviction. It's quite wide. My pastor, Corey Schull at Burnett Avenue, talked about this a lot. We have a city with a lot of belief in certain things and what should happen, but very little courage to actually take the action and that step to make such changes, to deliver actual equity. Not check writing, though funds are always critical, but stepping in and being part of solving the causes of such disparities. It also takes a plan, a strategy, one that starts beginning with the end in mind. To build the strategy, to move courageously in a way that results in tangible change, that will be sustainable, means we're going to have to rethink how we move. Reland is a catalyst in creating communities of opportunities, a community that actually has opportunities, and that means that we have to unpack those causes, those barriers that prevent opportunity for our most marginalized communities. We have identified, similar to what the Urban League has talked about often, 5 or 6 key areas to create communities of opportunity: education, job creation, job readiness through training and employment, health and wellness, environmental and social justice, equitable and inclusive housing. And while Reland is not the expert in these areas, we must be the conduit to bring courageous leaders in each of these areas to create generational transformation, to create what people deserve, not only to live, but to prosper. As Dr. McCants shared earlier, and what we've heard him share over the last few years, when people in the West End zip codes are dying 10 to 12 years earlier than East End zip codes, we have a problem. And it is not just an access problem. How do you address these problems? You put power into our community's hands to really understand the depth of these matters. And we build outcomes that we can measure and iterate when necessary, but we cannot just hope, as I mentioned earlier, that these things will happen without specific intentionality. So let's talk about the neighborhood and what we're doing. So in early 2019, we received a deck that the city was shopping to outside opportunity zone investors of city-owned assets in the West End. My partner, Chris Posey, identified this 17-acre brownfield sitting in the Park Hill and Algonquin neighborhoods, a brownfield that had been sitting since the mid-90s. The property was put out for what was called a solicitation of interest through the city's RFP process and their site in June of 2020. And Reland was the only company or entity to put in a proposal. Imagine that, 17 acres, the only company to put in a proposal. What should that tell you? It was a short 130 plus page proposal on how these incredible neighborhoods deserved real care, real resources, and with such care and resources could absolutely transform. We won the development rights in October of 2020, and I'll get you up to speed shortly on where we are. But you see from this map where the site is located. For those of you not familiar with our 9 West End neighborhoods, this gives you a quick visual. You see Park Hill down there in the bottom south, the east-west corner of the South End in Algonquin. It's right on the border where the property is, actually sits in Algonquin, but right on Hill Street, which is the border between Park Hill and Algonquin neighborhoods. The poverty rate in these two neighborhoods sits at around 71%. Median family income is $18,000, unemployment at 19%. None of these statistics should surprise you, but I want you to understand the reality of 2 of these neighborhoods. This map gives a little better view of where the site is situated. As you see, it sits across from Parkway Place housing, 630 plus units that were built in the 40s. And are absolutely deplorable from the living conditions that folks must partake in there with black mold and other things. The site is about 10-minute walk from U of L, 2 blocks away from McFerrin Elementary, which houses over 600 elementary students and over 200 early childhood kids. Next to an LGE substation, other residential and light industrial footprints, but very, very few amenities. Here's a close-up of the Rhodia site and the surrounding footprint. As I mentioned, Parkway Place and the conditions of Parkway Place and the fact that Louisville Metro Housing has refused to talk to Reland, but we're confident that will be changing soon. LG&E, their substation sits right there to the southwest corner and flies in the face of environmental justice. If we can bury a substation for the Yum Center, then we, of course, can address the substation in a similar fashion. And under our environmentally regenerative design philosophy, potentially go off grid. There is a lot of work to do, but as I mentioned, Reland was formed to do the hard. So for 75 years, the Rhodia site was home to a varnish company and wastewater treatment site. In 1994, the operations ceased and the city purchased the land in 2002. In 2009, under former Mayor Jefferson, a Park Hill Industrial Corridor plan was put in place to address job creation and amenities that weren't present. But after all of that work, and from what we read and saw and talked to some folks who were part of that, a lot of work and resources, the plan just went away. I even asked the former mayor why, and he just said there wasn't enough momentum. As I mentioned, we won the rights to develop the parcel in October of 2020 and are currently putting together a remediation plan. Just this year, the city granted a $10 million grant through the American Rescue Plan dollars to clean up this property after all this time and after them owning it for over 20 years. And Reland is leading the remediation plan with our environmental consultants, and we expect the actual remediation to begin either at the end of this year or the very beginning of 2023. So how do we create a socially just, culturally rich, live, work, play destination, a place that people want to come and experience a neighborhood, its residents, its culture? We do it by a theme that you've heard me mention many times, putting power in the hands of the neighborhood. And so what we start with is placekeeping. This is not the community engagement process we normally see. It's a process of understanding place and community. It is a health, equity, and cultural healing process first, so that we can understand the people and the assets, the wonderful assets in this neighborhood, and then help community understand that they have power. They are leading, not us. We are walking beside community, not in front. And as we develop understanding, we move into policy and informing design of not just the 17 acres, but surrounding parcels that we'll be acquiring to help design a neighborhood plan, not just a 17-acre plan. Understanding what creates a sense of place. What is socially just? What is power? Where do we see culture? What are spaces in which we don't feel welcome? This is all part of the placekeeping process, and we've been doing it for well over 4 or 5 months and learning. And let me tell you all, something special is happening. Reland has partnered with Center for Neighborhoods as our fiscal agent. And through partnership, we've been awarded almost $1 million to put entirely into this placekeeping and placemaking community process. Dr. Brandy Kelly Pryor is leading the process on the ground, and a group called Hester Street, a community equity placekeeping and placemaking shop out of New York, has been the project lead. As I mentioned, we've been going for over 4 months, a little more of that if you include planning, and we have about 25 to 30 community members who get paid $50 a meeting through our partnership with a Black-owned financial company called Mocha-Fi. Mocha-Fi focuses on the unbanked and underbanked throughout the country. The Park Hill Algonquin Community of Opportunity Advisory Board is what it's called, and we are creating a movement. We also have 2 community leads, one of whom I believe is on the call, Bruce Sherrard, who's one of the leaders of this group, who get compensated extra funds for their efforts to do outreach. And when I was asked by one of the members, well, why are you paying us? And I said, well, if you sit on the TARC board, whether you make $100,000 or $50,000 or $200,000, they pay you $50 for your time. We believe your time is valuable, but you never have to feel like you have to take the money. But we believe that's what you're supposed to do when you ask people to come help you learn. And we have been doing outreach and capturing video, and we have an intranet site that the community is building on. And we have 4 others who are about to move in leadership roles as well as we organically continue this movement. We meet at a Black-owned location in Park Hill. We have Black-owned caterers who feed folks. And we're going into phase 2 that will be focused on policy and informing design, and that will run over the next 9 to 12 months. This is a little example of the process. Forming, storming, norming, and performing. And we are definitely in the norming phase. Right after forming, there were debates. People were talking over each other in the storming phase, but it's remarkable how folks have started to understand and realize that when we started, while it felt like there was not a lot of hope, that has changed. And while we have a long way to go, I really do believe that people are beginning to get inspired and beginning to believe that they have power. And as we move into informing design, we'll do pop-ups and art installations and test things so that we really understand what represent the fingerprints of culture in these 2 unbelievable communities. We must re-inspire. And one of the ways we're doing that is through our design philosophy. We through Sai Safi, our partner, brings many years of experience in what's called the Living Building Challenge. We also follow passive house design to reduce the carbon footprint and well building. This is all about health. It's about nature. It's about people. This is about creating beautiful structures, and it's about health. And that's what we expect in design, and that's what people deserve. So how can we turn this into something beautiful? And the good news is we already have beautiful people. We have an incredible neighborhood with incredible assets and the beginning of a movement. And we are having the right conversations with the right people and institutions, but this movement waits for no one other than the neighborhood. And so we say through beautification comes possibility. And what I'm showing here are inspirational renderings. This is not necessarily what the site's going to look like. We're nowhere close to actual design, but just imagine that picture I showed you a few slides ago of that brownfield that's been sitting for 20 some odd years, 29 years, if you include when operations stopped. That was the window for all those people in Parkway Place, for all the people that go to Kingdom Land Church, for all those children that go to McFerrin, for all those people that work up and down Hill Street or own homes on Hill Street or on 10th Street or on 11th Street. That's been their window. This is what their window should be. You know what helps people live longer? Seeing beauty, seeing trees and green. And so these inspirational renderings, while they are not what it may exactly look like when we get done, these are absolutely indications of where we're headed. Just a few others. Yeah, and Park Hill and Algonquin, right? Not out in the East End, not out in St. Matthews, right? Not out in Prospect, in Park Hill and Algonquin. The audacity to think you can put something this beautiful in a neighborhood like that. Again, just renderings. These are all just possibilities. We know we need housing. Louisville, it's been told, it was said over and over, 31,000 affordable housing upside down. But housing does not alone solve the problems. And not just for 17 acres, but for the neighborhood. Key space needs from the Community of Opportunity Advisory Board, from their mouths, include things like intergenerational community gathering spaces, dedicated senior family housing, program delivery spaces, mental and physical health care spaces, community meeting rooms and classrooms, shopping centers, fresh, affordable, and healthy food spaces, athletic and music/dance facilities, community workshop and makerspace. This is what that community of advisory group has said are the key priorities for transforming a neighborhood. This community, as I mentioned before, and will continue to say it, and I say it whether I'm meeting with the president of a very large bank or a nonprofit partner, this community and the greater West End community deserves it all. Deserves it all. And that's the bottom line. So what I want to leave you with is, this is not about buildings. This is about people. Okay, I'm going to repeat that again. This is about people. Reland, unfortunately, is well past expecting people in positions of privilege to feel ashamed and to bring a high level of caring to turn back the hands of systemic racism that have plagued our communities. So we're just going to do it. We're going to do it, and we're going to do the hard. And we're going to give the neighborhoods the power and to be a catalyst to bring real equity into our forgotten neighborhoods, but to do it with neighborhood leading. My mother used to always tell me that my job was to create a ripple and trust that the ripple will touch many, many people. Well, Reland is going to do more than create a ripple. We're going to help create a movement that will be led by the beautiful, proud residents of Park Hill and Algonquin to start, but a movement that will transform the city, I do believe, to my core. A city that badly needs to be transformed, but I believe we can do this together. So with that, I thank you for sharing my vision, and I will look for any questions in the Q&A. And Arnita, again, thank you for the opportunity to share.
You're perfectly welcome. And thank you so much, so much. I think that listening to this and hearing this, and I've talked to Mr. Beckett many times, and his ideas just, give me a warm heart that we can do this. It is time, I guess, for me to say something. I'm not going to do a big introduction of myself. I think most of you know who I am. So I'm going to use no more than about 10 minutes to round this up. I just want to leave you with some words to think about. And what I was going to talk about was ethics and principles of environmental justice. Drawing from the civil rights movement, the environmental justice movement has articulated environmental human rights, or the right to a clean environment. This ethical position asserts that everyone has the right to clean air, water, food, and housing. This movement asserts that these are not privileges, but rather rights to everyone, and that public officials have a special responsibility to protect these rights, especially in the lives of the poor and vulnerable. Community groups and the environmental justice movement take action when public officials fail to act justly. Environmental justice groups have argued that the solution to environmental injustices must involve more democratic forms of governance that increases citizen participation in land and resource use decisions. However, stumbling blocks in this pathway include the ever-known redlining, zoning changes, lending and hiring practices, depressed property values, and community divided into itself to keep confusion, allowing those who do harm to blend in with those who are being harmed, and blaming each other, taking credit for decisions that they were not a part of within the community. Politically speaking, our representatives often depend on the funds of the polluters to provide the support of their campaign, or they do not educate themselves about the challenges facing the community and make propositions that they cannot keep or will in the end hurt the community for political grandstanding. This is in itself an imminent danger for any decision. Justice is a quality of relationship, not only an outcome of a legislative and legal process. Ultimately, the solution to any environmentally hazardous activity lies not only in an equitable distribution of harms, but also in designing industrial production processes so that pollution is prevented, not merely the escape of pollutants, but the very concept of industrial waste. What are the three environmental ethics? There are many different principles on which to draw in moral reasons about specific environmental problems. This lesson reviews three basic pairs in principles: justice and sustainability, sufficiency and compassion, solidarity and participation. Solidarity and participation, the principle of solidarity invites us to consider how we relate to each other in community. It assumes that we recognize that we are part of at least one family, one biological family, our local community, or our national community. But there then changes us to consider the full range of relationships with others. In a globalizing economy, we participate in a vast international economic community, one in which goods and services are provided for us by those on the other side of the world. Solidarity requires us to consider this kind of extended community and to act in such a way that reflects concerns for the well-being of others. When it comes to frequently in environmental cases, costs and benefits are considered only in monetary terms. But while the assessment of such financial costs is an essential part of many ethical analysis, it cannot be the whole of each analysis. And it is important to try to name what else constitutes harm and benefits. One way of doing this might be to say, for instance, that harm is constituted by things like premature death, undue pain, or the violation of human, economic, and political rights. An environmental action that leads to very likely will lead to such harms would be ethically problematic. We need to question, will the decision I make cause a greater harm and loss of support, physically, mentally, emotionally, or economically? Can the goal I set be reached that will only enhance the community? Can the goal I support be attainable without causing hardship for even the least in the community are three alternate ways of meeting. These are three alternative ways of meeting these goals. This came from the journal. Yes, it did come from the journal. And as soon as I find that journal, I'll give it to you. At this point, the 17 principles of environmental justice, many of you have heard these, just want to bring it back to mind. This, the principles of environmental journal, the 17 principles of environmental justice was put together somewhere around, I think it was 1997, 97, 98. Some of you may know the exact time. But it starts off with the preamble. We, the people of color, gathered together today at this multinational people of color environmental leadership summit to begin to build a national and international movement of all people of color to fight the destruction and taking of our lands and communities. Do hereby reestablish our spiritual interdependence to the sacredness of Mother Earth, to respect and celebrate each of our cultures, language, and beliefs about the natural world and our roles in healing ourselves, to ensure environmental justice, to promote economic alternatives, which would contribute to the development of environmentally safe livelihoods, and to secure our political, economic, and cultural liberation that has been denied for over 500 years of colonization and oppression, resulting in the poisoning of our communities and land with the genocide of our peoples. Do affirm and adopt these principles of environmental justice. Number one, environmental justice affirms the sacredness of Mother Earth, ecological unity and interdependence of all species, and the right to be free from ecological destruction. Environmental justice demands that public policy be based on mutual respect and justice for all people, free from any form of discrimination or bias. Environmental justice mandates the right to ethical, balanced, and responsible uses of land and renewable resources in the interest of a sustainable planet for humans and other living things. Environmental justice calls for universal protection from nuclear testing, extraction, production, and disposal of toxic, hazardous waste and poisons and nuclear testing that threaten the fundamental right to clean air, land, water, and food. Environmental justice affirms the fundamental right to political, economic, cultural, and environmental self-determination of all people. Environmental justice demands the cessation of the production of all toxins, hazardous waste, radioactive materials, and that all past and current producers be held strictly accountable to the people for detoxification and the containment at the point of production. Environmental justice demands the right to participate as equal partners at every level of decision-making, including needs assessments, planning, implementation, enforcement, and evaluation. Environmental justice affirms the right of all workers to a safe and healthy work environment without being forced to choose between an unsafe livelihood and unemployment. It also affirms the right of those who work at home to be free from environmental hazards. Environmental justice protects the right of victims of environmental injustice to receive full compensation and reparations for damage, as well as quality health care. Environmental justice considers governmental acts and environmental injustice a violation of international law. The Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the United Nations Convention on Genocide. Environmental justice must recognize a special legal and natural relationship of Native people to the U.S. government that through treaties, agreements, compacts, and covenants affirming sovereignty and self-determination. Environmental justice affirms the need of urban and rural ecological policies to clean up and rebuild our cities and rural areas in balance with nature, honoring the cultural integrity of our communities and providing fair access for all to the full range of resources. Environmental justice calls for the strict enforcement of principles of informed consent, and a halt to the testing of experimental reproductive and medical procedures and vaccinations on people of color that may be outdated. Environmental justice opposes the destructive operation of multinational corporations. Environmental justice opposes military occupation, repression, and exploitation of lands, people of cultures, and other life forms. Environmental justice calls for the education of present and future generations, which emphasizes social and environmental issues based on our experience and an appreciation of our diverse cultural perspectives. Environmental justice requires that we, as individuals, make personal and consumer choices to consume as little of Mother Earth's resources and to produce as little waste as possible, and make the conscious decision to challenge and reprioritize our lifestyle to ensure the health of the natural world for the present and future generations. I hope I just kind of brought everything together of all the things that we've talked about. And if there is nothing else that I need to say, except thank you so very much for joining us. We're actually ending about 9 minutes early. I cannot believe that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Have a great evening.